smoke rolls low over the cedar mountain, thick and musky like the breath of an ancient kiln. A line of merchants stands frozen on the road from Uruk, their donkeys restless, the air charged with a hum that prickles the skin. Somewhere in the trees ahead, a sound moves. Not animal, not wind, but something with rhythm, as if the forest itself inhales and exhales. They whisper a single name, Humbaba. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. A tremor passes beneath the soil. Resin drips from bark like tears, and the lead merchant, a man who once mocked such stories, drops to his knees. He has heard the tale too often to dismiss it now. The guardian demon who serves the god Enlil, protector of the Cedar Forest, said to border the world of gods and men. The trees themselves are holy, their timber used for temples and royal palaces. But their sanctity comes with a price. Each trunk cut without offering is said to feed Humbaba's anger. The Sumerians of the 3rd millennium BCE understood the wilderness as divine property. Cities, with their ziggurats and canals, were carved from the wild only through the gods' reluctant permission. Beyond the fields lay danger, not chaos exactly, but ownership. Every reed, every gust of wind belonged to a spirit, and among these spirits, none was more feared than Humbaba, the watchman of Enlil's garden. Clay tablets recovered from Nippur and Ur describe him with the language of awe and dread. A face braided like entrails, eyes that see 100 leagues, and a roar that could split the mountains. His 7 auras, called Malamu in Akkadian, meaning divine radiance or terrifying splendor, wrapped him like living fire. To meet his gaze was to feel the divine order react to intrusion. A group of woodcutters in those days would not dare to enter the Cedar Forest without ritual. They wore amulets molded from wet clay, inscribed with protective signs. The spiral for wind, the star for judgment, the serpent for wisdom. Before stepping beneath the canopy, they poured beer onto the ground and called on Shamash, god of the sun, to keep Humbaba's eyes turned away. Some returned home. Some did not. The myth does not begin with Humbaba's cruelty. It begins with his assignment. The god Enlil, lord of air and command, needed a guardian for the trees that framed his divine garden. Let there be a terror that even the gods respect, the hymn reads, so that mortals may know where heaven begins. Humbaba was chosen, or perhaps created, for this role. His breath became wind, his steps thunder, his teeth the jagged ridges of the mountains. So when the merchants see smoke rising from the Cedar Forest that day, they do not think of fire. They think of breathing. They think of the old punishment that comes when humans press too far. Far below the mountain, the city of Uruk hums with ambition. King Gilgamesh, restless and half-divine, has begun to speak of Humbaba, not as sacred protector, but as challenge. There is no glory in safety, he tells his companion Enkidu. I will go to the Cedar Forest, and I will cut down the tree of destiny. This ambition is not arrogance in their eyes, it is purpose. For Gilgamesh, Humbaba represents the final frontier between man and God, civilization and nature. The Sumerian king is not content to worship boundaries, he must redraw them. But even those loyal to him sense danger. The priests murmur that the breath of Humbaba has already reached the city. Dust storms, sleepless cattle, fever in children. To offend the guardian, they warn, is to loosen the bonds that hold the world together. In the night markets, traders swap charms shaped like small, grimacing faces. Each is said to mimic Humbaba's own, a paradoxical protection. One guards against evil by carrying its likeness. A priest of Inanna calls this the law of likeness, where fear becomes shield. Yet beneath the philosophy is panic. When people start wearing the face of a monster to sleep better, something is coming. By dawn, the cedar smoke still hangs like a veil over the hills. The sun climbs through it, turning the light bronze. Travelers on the road pause to look, unsure whether the world is burning or breathing. The legend says that even gods feared Humbaba's voice. It was not loud, but commanding, the resonance of the divine boundary itself. To hear it meant you had entered a place you should not. A surviving incantation tablet from about 2100 BCE, broken but readable, bears these lines. O Humbaba, guardian of Enlil's throne, whose shout is thunder and whose tears are rain, we bring oil and smoke to soothe your face. Let our footsteps be soft upon your roots. The prayer mixes reverence and negotiation. It shows a people who know that safety depends on dialogue, not dominance. They cannot destroy the guardian, so they feed him, flatter him, and hope he sleeps. But the age of kings changes everything. As cities grow and brick replaces reed, the old pacts fray. Rulers claim divine blood, temples claim universal law, and suddenly the wilderness, once sacred, looks like opportunity. Lumber is needed for temples, ships, and idols. The Cedar Forest, rumored to stretch into the heavens, becomes a quarry of the gods. Still, when workers approach its borders, the air grows heavy. Birds fall silent. In later Babylonian retellings, this is called the hush before sight, when Humbaba's spirit notices intrusion. He smells fear, one priest writes, as a wolf smells blood. The first caravan to survive cutting a cedar without permission reports, dreams of faces carved into trunks. A scribe notes that the logs, when split, bleed resin so dark it resembles coagulated blood. To them, these are not coincidences. They are evidence of a living forest. In modern terms, we might call this myth an ecological warning, a divine law to protect the last wilderness from man's greed. But in Sumer, there was no separation between religion and resource. The sacred was practical. To anger a spirit was to invite drought or plague. So the myth of Humbaba functioned not just as story, but as regulation. When scholars later translated the Epic of Gilgamesh in the 19th century, they marveled at how vividly Humbaba represented that tension. Early translators, mostly Victorian men, called him the ogre of the cedars, flattening his purpose into villainy. Yet the cuneiform texts reveal nuance. Humbaba is not evil. He is law, terrifying, yes, but necessary. Back in the myth's own era, villagers near the Tigris tell of seeing his shadow move at dawn, stretching across the sky like a storm front. They call it Humbaba's breath, a hot wind that sears crops, but also pollinates the fields. Some believe that without it, nothing grows. Others say that when it lasts too long, pestilence follows. The boundary between blessing and curse is thin. In the dim interior of a temple, a priestess chants before a clay effigy. If Humbaba guards, may he guard well. If he watches, may he turn his gaze toward the unworthy. The duality of the prayer captures his nature perfectly. Protector to the gods, menace to men. Archaeologists have found fragments of these rituals. tiny clay masks baked with soot and cedar ash, perhaps offerings cast into the river. Each one bears the same feature, a mouth open as if mid-breath. When aligned, the mouths form a pattern resembling the ripple of wind over water. Symbolically, this might represent his eternal vigilance, breath without body, sound without form. Imagine the scene then. Dusk over Mesopotamia, the scent of cedar and bitumen thick in the heat. A merchant stands at the forest's edge, holding a jar of honey. He pours it slowly into the soil and whispers the name that still carries weight after 5 millennia. Humbaba. The trees respond with a low groan, as if ancient lungs draw air once more. The myth does not end there. It coils forward, into temples, into cities, into the ambition of one restless king who cannot leave the guardian unchallenged. Somewhere far off, Gilgamesh sharpens his weapons, unaware that the act of defiance he imagines as victory will echo through centuries as tragedy, because every civilization eventually meets its Humbaba, the force that says this far, no further. The smoke thickens again, covering the road. The merchants turn back toward Uruk, leaving the forest untouched. Behind them, unseen, the mountain exhales. In Uruk, the city hums like a hive of fired brick and ambition. Its walls rise higher than any built before, a boast of human endurance, a challenge to gods who once walked among men. Inside those walls, the story of Humbaba spreads, not as warning, but as invitation. Children chant his name as they play. Storytellers in the square describe his face as striped like a tiger's, his voice, the wind that carries judgment. To the restless young king, Gilgamesh, this is not terror, it is promise. He sits atop the ziggurat's high terrace at dusk. The city sprawled below him in the gold light of the Tigris plain. The priests have just completed the day's sacrifice to Enlil, whose storms sustain the crops. Yet the king's eyes are fixed westward, toward the distant cedar ridge that marks the edge of the known world. If the gods placed a guardian there, he muses, then it must be worth guarding. Enkidu, his companion, born of the wild, shaggy as a lion, shifts uneasily. That forest is not yours, he warns. It breathes its own law. You cannot measure it with brick or crown, but Gilgamesh's hunger for glory has grown alongside his city's walls. The myth of Humbaba becomes a mirror reflecting his ambition. The greater the terror, the greater the triumph in facing it. If I return with cedar from the forbidden forest, he tells Enkidu, my name will outlast even Enlil's storms. Beneath his bravado, however, lies something else, fear of mortality. The clay tablets describing his early reign show a ruler haunted by dreams of decay. He builds walls not merely for defense, but against time itself. Humbaba, the undying sentinel of nature, becomes his opposite, eternal where man is fleeting. Defeating him would mean conquering death, at least in story. That night, as drums echo across Uruk's courtyards, the king gathers his council. The elders beg him not to go. The forest eats men, one warns. Its paths twist upon themselves. The air there kills as surely as war. Another adds, even the god Enlil placed his mark there, that no man may cross. But pride is already aflame within him. He replies, if the gods wished me to live forever, they would have made me a god. But they gave me a heart that cannot rest. So I must go. He orders the forging of 7 weapons, symbolic echo of Humbaba's 7 auras. Each blade is dedicated to a different power: thunder, flame, shadow, wind, stone, water, and silence. The blacksmiths of Uruk labor for days, their hammers ringing like temple bells. When the weapons are quenched, the water turns dark as if swallowing light, and Enkidu watches in silence. He knows that Humbaba's terror is not myth. He remembers the forests before civilization, when the world still belonged to beasts and spirits. He has heard the breathing of the mountain, seen trees glow at night with the souls of the dead. In his heart, he wonders if Gilgamesh understands what kind of god he challenges. At the temple of Shamash, they offer sacrifices, a ram, 2 doves, and a jar of cedar resin. The high priest, his hands stained with ash, chants, "May the god of the sun guide your eyes, and may your shadow offend not the holy trees." When the flame flickers, he looks troubled. "The omen speaks twice," he mutters. "Beware the breath that follows silence." Still, the expedition departs at dawn. A crowd gathers to watch. Soldiers, craftsmen, beggars. Mothers lift their children to glimpse the heroes, believing that courage can be caught by sight alone. The city gates open with a moan of timber, and Gilgamesh steps into the morning light. Dust swirls around his sandals, catching in the folds of his lion-skin cloak. The journey to the Cedar Forest will take days, across plains of baked clay, through reed marshes where herons rise like white smoke. Each night, they camp by stagnant pools and listen to the distant rumble that never ceases. Enkidu calls it the mountain's heart. The men call it Humbaba's snore. One night, under a sky thick with stars, Gilgamesh dreams. In his sleep, he sees a mountain fall upon him, but a stranger lifts him free. When he wakes, Enkidu explains, "The stranger is Shamash. He will guide you, but mountains do not fall without reason. A warning hides beneath the gift." Rhetorical question. If you were given a dream that promised victory but hinted at doom, would you still march forward? At the next sunrise, they reach a region where the earth changes color. The soil glimmers with flakes of mica, and the air smells of resin and rain, though no clouds are visible. It is said the boundary of Humbaba's forest cannot be crossed without feeling it in the lungs, a pressure like diving underwater. The soldiers feel it now. Their words grow few. Enkidu kneels and presses his hand to the ground. "He knows we are here," he says softly. Every tree listens. They camp outside the tree line, building no fire. In the half-dark, Gilgamesh walks alone, listening to the slow creak of cedars swaying above. Shadows move strangely in the moonlight, not east to west, but in circles, as if the forest itself were turning. He feels watched, but not by eyes, by awareness. On the third night, the wind dies. No insect hums, no branch stirs. The silence grows so heavy that even thought feels loud. Enkidu grips his spear. "This is his breath," he whispers. When it stops, he listens. Then, faintly, a sound, low and rhythmic, like the tide of the earth itself. The cedars lean outward, branches trembling though there is no wind. From deep within the forest, a glow pulses, amber, then green, then silver. The 7 auras. The men fall to their knees, some covering their ears, others murmuring prayers. Gilgamesh steps forward, his resolve a mask against fear. "We have come to fell a tree," he says into the dark. "Not to worship one," but the reply is not in words. The ground shudders. The scent of resin turns acrid, like burned hair, and in the space between trees, something vast stirs. Not beast, not god, but presence. The tablets call this moment the first gaze. When Humbaba's awareness touches mortal minds, they see their own sins mirrored back as flame and shadow. A scribe's fragment reads, "He showed each man his hidden face, and many fled not from him, but from themselves. Only Gilgamesh and Enkidu remain standing. The others break ranks, fleeing toward the plains. The air feels alive, vibrating through bone." Enkidu grips his friend's shoulder. "Once he breathes upon us, there is no turning back." And yet the king smiles faintly. "Then let us breathe together." They step into the forest. The canopy swallows them whole. Light filtering through like molten glass. The ground springy with centuries of fallen needles. Every trunk bears carved lines, twisting into faces half seen. The silence returns, deeper now, as though the world itself holds its breath. Behind them, the path fades. No footprints remain. Ahead, the forest descends in terraces of shadow toward the mountain's core. A stream glints in the dimness, its surface trembling though the air is still. Enkidu kneels beside it and dips his fingers in. "Warm," he says, "as blood." Humbaba's territory begins here, where natural law turns strange. The heroes do not yet see him, but they feel his eyes in the wind. For 3 days they travel deeper, marking trees with cuts so they might find their way back. Yet each morning the marks are gone, the bark smooth again. At night they hear laughter, distant, hollow, echoing from every direction at once. Enkidu says it is the mountain's voice. Gilgamesh insists it is only wind. But both avoid saying the name aloud. At dawn on the 4th day, they reach a clearing. In its center stands a single cedar, taller than the rest, its trunk wide as a temple gate. Carved into it is a mask, not made by hands, but grown from the wood itself. The mouth open, the eyes deep hollows. It exhales faint mist. Enkidu drops to one knee. "He is close," he whispers. Gilgamesh tightens his grip on his sword. The air thickens, the light dims. From behind the colossal tree, something moves. A ripple of scales, a gleam of molten bronze, a sound like the grinding of stone. The forest breathes in, then it exhales, hot, damp, endless. Somewhere in that breath, a voice speaks without sound. "Why have you come?" The king does not answer. He lifts his weapon. The mountain rumbles, and Humbaba opens his eyes. Light fractures as if the air itself becomes glass. The cedar trunks around Gilgamesh and Enkidu twist, groaning under an unseen weight. Between them, half smoke, half flesh, rises Humbaba. His face is not one, but 7, shifting with each breath. In one blink, he is a bull-headed storm. In another, a man's visage coiled with serpents. Flame ripples over his shoulders like liquid bronze, and each step crushes roots into powder. The air smells of salt and metal, and a deep hum pulses through the ground, the same rhythm the merchants once mistook for thunder. Enkidu falls to one knee, his hands pressed over his ears. "Do not meet his eyes," he shouts, though his voice is nearly drowned by the vibration. The radiance, Malamu, the divine terror, is more than light. It is awareness. It crawls into the mind, showing memory and guilt as tangible weight. For a moment, Gilgamesh sees his own city burning. He sees Uruk's ziggurats toppled, the canals turned to ash. He sees faces, his people, accusing him not of cowardice, but of arrogance. The vision vanishes, leaving the bitter taste of smoke. Humbaba's voice is deep as a chasm. Why have you broken the silence of Enlil's forest? His words carry not through air, but through marrow. Why do men seek what gods have sealed? Gilgamesh steadies his breath. Because what is sealed must be opened. I seek the cedar of the gods to build an everlasting name. The demon's laughter is thunder, rolling through miles of woodland. A name, he repeats. The worms beneath your city have names. They do not live longer for it. Enkidu stands, trembling, but steps between them. Humbaba, he says, his voice reverent. Once I roamed these lands before I knew speech. The animals feared your shadow, but they said you guarded balance. Is this still your purpose? The guardian tilts his head, and for a breath the auras dim. Balance, he says softly. Until man forgot what the word meant, he raises one hand, fingers long as spears, and points toward the horizon. Your cities spill into my forests. Your axes speak louder than prayers. I was mercy once. Now I am memory. The wind howls. Gilgamesh grips his sword, defiance tightening his jaw. Then remember this, he says, for I will carve new memory into the cedar's heart. The first strike clangs against invisible air. Sparks scatter like fireflies. Humbaba's aura flares, and the ground itself leaps upward in a quake. Enkidu dives aside as a cedar splits in half, collapsing in a roar of splinters. "Fool!" cries Enkidu. "He is not a flesh!" Yet Gilgamesh persists, driving his blade through the flickering forms, each cut meeting resistance like water turned to stone. The demon's laughter deepens, echoing between the trees. Your courage is loud, he says, louder than wisdom. He inhales, and the forest bends inward. The air pressure slams the men to their knees. The legends call it the breath of Enlil, a storm within lungs. Leaves turn to ash mid-air, but as the gale rises, sunlight pierces through a break in the canopy. It catches Gilgamesh's bronze sword, turning it to a shard of light. The glare blinds Humbaba for a heartbeat. Enkidu seizes the moment. He shouts to Shamash, the sun god, and thrusts his spear. The weapon drives into the aura, not into flesh, but into meaning. A scream reverberates through the forest, low and endless. When it fades, the trees stand motionless again. The air smells of rain. Humbaba's form flickers, dimmer now, his voices blending into one weary tone. You call upon gods who do not love you, he says. Do you think Enlil will spare those who slay his sentinel? Gilgamesh lowers his sword. For the first time, doubt shadows his eyes. Then why do you fight alone? The question surprises even Enkidu. Humbaba tilts his head. Because gods tire of their guardians, they forget their promises. He spreads his hands and the forest lights up. Thousands of faint, shimmering motes rising from the soil. Souls, or perhaps memories of trees cut without offering. I guard what they abandoned. For a moment, neither man moves. The hum of the world slows. Then Enkidu whispers, if we turn back, he will haunt Uruk. If we strike, we betray heaven. What would you have done? Gilgamesh raises his sword again, and Humbaba sighs, almost human. So be it. They clash beneath a rain of amber light. Sword against storm, mortal pulse against divine rhythm. The narrative tablets describe the sound as 1,000 drums beating within one heart. Each impact shatters bark, sends flocks screaming skyward. Hours or seconds pass. At last, Gilgamesh's blade finds its mark. It cuts through the aura's dimming edge, and Humbaba staggers, the forest wailing in sympathy. The mountain groans. The ground opens beneath their feet, swallowing roots and light. Enkidu shouts, "Strike again, before he calls the 7 winds!" Gilgamesh hesitates. Humbaba kneels, bloodless but weakening, his many faces collapsing into one, ancient, sorrowful, weary. "If I die," he murmurs, "the forest dies with me." "Lies," says Gilgamesh, though his own voice shakes. "Truth," the demon replies. "The gods bound our lives as one thread. Cut me, and your cedar turns to dust." Enkidu grips the king's arm. "Do not listen. He is deceiver." But something inside Gilgamesh wavers. He sees not a monster, but an old servant, trapped by divine neglect. His sword trembles, then the wind shifts. Hot, foul. The 7th aura rises again, burning through hesitation. Humbaba roars, hurling fire and wind in a last defense. Gilgamesh screams, charging forward. His blade cleaves the air. Silence. The forest stills. Humbaba stares at him, expression unreadable. Then he laughs once, softly, almost kindly. "You have freed me," he says, "and cursed yourselves." His body dissolves into smoke that seeps into the soil. The trees shudder, shedding needles in a slow, whispering rain. The heroes stand alone among the fallen cedars. The light changes. The air feels hollow. Enkidu kneels, pressing his palm to the earth. "The breath is gone," he says. He is dead, but the forest does not rejoice. It creaks like a house losing its foundation. The birds do not return. That night, as they rest among the splintered trunks, Gilgamesh dreams again. Humbaba's face floats before him, not in fury, but pity. "You sought a name that would outlast you," the voice says. "Now it will. In ruin." He wakes sweating, heart pounding. Enkidu stirs beside him. "You dream of him," he says flatly. "Yes," Gilgamesh admits, "and he dreams of me. In the morning, the air feels colder. The once living scent of cedar is replaced by the sterile smell of wet stone. No wind stirs, no insects hum. The forest is dead. They cut one tree, the greatest of all, and drag it toward the plain. Its wood gleams pale as bone. The men who abandoned them earlier rejoin at the edge, afraid but obedient. They bind the trunk to sledges and begin the long journey home. Behind them, the mountain exhales one final time, and the sky darkens. The chroniclers of Uruk record that for 7 days after the heroes' return, a dust storm raged across the city. Crops failed, wells turned bitter. The priests said the breath of Humbaba still lingered. When Gilgamesh dedicates the cedar to the temple, its fragrance fills the air. But the people avoid it, whispering that it smells of sorrow, not holiness. The king tells them they are fools, yet even he avoids the temple at night, because sometimes, when the wind rises, the torches flicker sideways, breathing, as if someone unseen still guards the door. Back in Uruk, the celebration begins before the heroes even dismount from their chariots. The people fill the streets with drums and garlands, shouting praises that echo from the city walls. Gilgamesh, blood still drying on his hands, forces a smile. The cedar is dragged behind him like a sacred trophy, its bark split, resin glistening as if the tree still bleeds. The elders of the temple proclaim victory. Priests pour wine into the canals as offering to Enlil, declaring that the god's favor now rests upon the city. children wave palm leaves. Soldiers beat bronze shields in rhythm. Uruk has conquered the wilderness. Civilization has triumphed over myth. But beneath the jubilation, something uneasy moves. The high priest of Nippur, old, half-blind, leans on his staff and whispers to his apprentice, "When balance breaks, the gods do not clap." He sees the cedar trunk and shudders. That wood carries a curse heavier than gold. In the royal courtyard, Gilgamesh stands before his people. "The forest is ours," he declares. "Its guardian has fallen. Let every craftsman take cedar for his work. Let every temple bear its fragrance." The crowd roars in approval. Yet Enkidu's expression is grim. He feels the air shifting, heavier, more electric. The sun seems to dim, though no cloud crosses it. That night, feasting consumes the city. Meat sizzles on bronze plates, harps fill the courtyards, and dancers whirl in patterns that mimic the swaying of trees. Gilgamesh drinks deep, trying to drown the whispering that lingers in the silence between songs. In his chambers, the newly cut cedar beams creak as if settling, but they sound too alive, too deliberate. The smell of resin fills the air until it becomes almost suffocating. He dreams again. This time, Humbaba appears not in fire, but in shadow, seated beside Enlil's throne. His voice is quieter and somehow sadder. "You have severed me from the breath," he says. Now the breath wanders. Gilgamesh asks, "Was this not your will, Enlil's servant?" The shadow shakes its head. "Enlil gave me command to guard what belonged to life. But men have killed the law, and the law does not die alone. When the king wakes, the chamber smells of smoke, though no lamp has burned. He finds Enkidu already waiting outside, face drawn and pale. "You dreamt of him too," Enkidu says. It is not a question. They walk together through the silent dawn. The revelers sleep in the streets, the fires guttered out. Across the canal, a group of women weep beside the water. Their husbands had gone to harvest wood the previous evening, and none returned. A fisherman runs from the northern gate, breathless, shouting that the cedar grove has turned to ash. "Nothing grows there now," he gasps. "Not even weeds." The priests gather in haste. Some insist that Humbaba's spirit must be appeased. Others, that it has already been banished. Arguments erupt in the temple, echoing off walls that suddenly seem too small to contain them. One priest suggests burning incense mixed with ground cedar to honor Enlil. Another warns that using the wood at all might anger the spirit further. "If his curse rides the grain," he says, "then each flame only spreads it." In the midst of confusion, an earthquake tremor rolls beneath the city. Jars fall from shelves, walls crack, water spills from the canal. The old priest of Nippur steadies himself and whispers. He breathes still. That evening, Gilgamesh orders sacrifices: 100 goats, 10 oxen, a measure of honey. The smoke rises straight upward, which is considered a good sign. But the next day, the wells begin to sour. Fish float belly up in the river. Fields that should be green turn yellow overnight. Enkidu walks among the farmers, his feet sinking into dust that was mud only yesterday. "We did this," he says softly. "We cut the breath from the earth." The king shakes his head. "You speak like a priest." "I speak like the soil," Enkidu replies. He tells Gilgamesh of a ritual he once saw performed in the wilderness, a ceremony to restore harmony after the death of a great spirit. It involves burying the likeness of the fallen beneath running water, returning its power to the cycle. We must make him whole again, Enkidu says. Reluctantly, Gilgamesh agrees. Together, they visit the temple artisans who once carved Humbaba's grimacing masks. The craftsmen tremble when they hear the request. "We do not shape that face anymore," one says. "The clay cracks when we try." Still, they attempt it. By moonlight, they mix clay with cedar ash and shape a mask. Eyes narrow, mouth open as if mid-breath. When it dries, they carry it to the river and bury it beneath the current. The ritual ends in silence. No wind rises, no sign appears. Gilgamesh exhales in frustration. "Superstition," he mutters. "The gods care nothing for clay," but the priest watching from the bank sees something neither hero notices. The water around the buried mask swirls counter to the flow, forming a slow, deliberate circle. As if inhaling, days pass. The sickness in Uruk worsens. Fever spreads among the workers who handled cedar timber. Some mutter in delirium that they hear breathing in their sleep. The temple's storerooms fill with bodies wrapped in reed mats. Desperation drives the priests to send runners to Nippur, begging for guidance. The reply comes carved on a clay tablet. The forest spirit has not died. It wanders disembodied. The only cure is reconciliation, not denial. So they begin to whisper prayers, not of victory, but of apology. The words change. No longer, "We have conquered," but "We have disturbed." One night, lightning strikes the ziggurat. Flames leap high, licking the cedar beams that once smelled of triumph. The fire does not spread. It consumes only the roof, as if choosing its meal. In the morning, the priests find the altar untouched, but the statue of Enlil blackened. They take it as sign. The god is silent. The people grow restless. Some call for new offerings. Others whisper that Humbaba's curse cannot be appeased. "He was not evil," says a potter. "He was balance. We killed balance." Gilgamesh wanders the temple gardens, exhausted. The air is thick, the pond stagnant. "What more can I give?" he asks aloud, but no answer comes. At sunset, a strange calm descends. For the first time in weeks, the air cools. A faint breeze moves through the reeds, carrying the scent of cedar, clean, not burnt. The king looks skyward. "Are you there?" he asks. The wind stirs again, brushing his hair. It almost feels like breath. That night, the priests record in their tablets. The air of Humbaba passed over Uruk, and the fever ceased. But they also note that no bird sang for 7 days afterward. Scholars millennia later will argue whether this marks the first ecological legend, a story encoding the fear of deforestation, the guilt of survival, and the memory of limits. But in Uruk, all they know is relief mixed with dread. The cedar beams of the temple remain scorched, half-charred, never replaced. To rebuild them feels sacrilege, yet to remove them would deny the lesson. So they remain, a blackened reminder suspended above every prayer. And when night falls, sometimes the beams creak softly, like a giant exhaling in sleep. Morning light seeps across the river like spilled bronze, and Uruk wakes into uneasy quiet. The storm has passed, but the air feels hollow, emptied, as though something enormous has left and taken its echo with it. Gilgamesh stands on the temple roof. From this height, he can see the fields where life has begun, cautiously, to return, a thin shimmer of green, new shoots of barley testing the soil. Yet nothing grows near the cedar beams of the temple itself. The shadow of that place stretches across the square, and people step around it instinctively, as if avoiding an open grave. He turns to Enkidu. "We won," he says. "Against what?" the wild man replies. That question stays between them like a hanging spear. In the city archives, the scribes have already begun to record their story. The march, the battle, the demon's death. They inscribe the words in thick wedge-shaped cuneiform strokes, each mark a monument. But the lines change with every retelling. In one version, Humbaba dies pleading. In another, he laughs and disappears. In yet another, he transforms into wind and escapes. The truth slips between clay and myth, never resting. Enkidu walks the marketplace in disguise, listening. The potters tell customers the cedar resin now brings luck. The fishermen mutter that Humbaba's breath lingers in the currents, guiding their nets. A woman swears she saw a figure of smoke standing over her sick child at night, only for the fever to vanish by dawn. Fear is fading, but reverence remains. The priests of Uruk, desperate to restore divine order, declare a new festival, the Day of the Guardian's Passing. They hang cedar branches on every doorway, not to celebrate Humbaba's fall, but to pacify what remains of him. In the hymns they compose, he is no longer the demon of the forest, but the keeper who watched too long. It's a clever act of theology, recasting an adversary into a servant, reshaping fear into ritual. Yet within it, something shifts permanently. The people begin to accept that power can change form without vanishing, that death might not erase but redistribute. That notion, half philosophy, half superstition, will survive millennia. Enkidu visits the artisans again. The clay masks, once meant to repel Humbaba, are now sold as protection against fever and envy. Buyers believe his likeness has become talismanic, the face of resistance turned guardian once more. The irony isn't lost on him. He returns to the palace that night and finds Gilgamesh pacing. The people already make him god again. The king says bitterly, "Did we cross half the world to worship him anew? You cannot kill what a people need," Enkidu answers. "They need him as they needed you. One guards the forest, the other guards their walls." Gilgamesh snorts, but his anger is hollow. He looks down at his hands, the same hands that felled the great cedar, and wonders whether victory can coexist with regret. That evening, the temple of Enlil holds a ceremony to purify the city's air. Priests light censers of cedar oil mixed with sulfur, believing the smoke will carry prayers into the sky. The scent rolls through the streets, sweet and sharp, seeping into homes. But as night deepens, a strange phenomenon occurs. The smoke doesn't rise. It hovers, clinging to the rooftops. Dogs bark, torches flicker. Some claim they hear breathing again. The priests redouble their chants. Then a sudden wind sweeps the city, scattering the incense into spirals that twist upward like unseen hands. The crowd gasps. Gilgamesh feels the gust press against him, as if it carries intention. For an instant, he smells the cedar forest again, vivid and real. The scent of rain on bark, of earth uncut. The old priest of Nippur bows his head. "The guardian is gone," he says, "but his law remains." The king asks what he means. "That which guards the world," the priest replies, "is not the guardian, but the boundary itself. You crossed it, and now you must become it." It is the first time Gilgamesh realizes that killing Humbaba was not conquest, but inheritance. The role has passed, unwanted but binding. Days stretch into weeks. The curse that plagued Uruk seems to lift, but the king finds no peace. Every night, he dreams of cedar groves whispering his name. Each morning, the wind outside his chamber moves in patterns like breath. He grows restless. He orders temples repaired, canals dredged, fields replanted, but nothing satisfies. The people celebrate his strength. He feels only its weight. In one dream, Shamash himself appears, radiant and cold. "You have seen the face of divine order," the god says. "You will now chase its shadow." "Where does it lead?" Gilgamesh asks. "To the limits of life," comes the answer. He wakes trembling, his skin slick with sweat. He doesn't yet understand, but this dream marks the seed of his later journey, the search for immortality that will define the rest of his legend. Humbaba's death was only the prologue. Meanwhile, omens ripple outward. In Nippur, priests record an eclipse accompanied by hot wind from the west, the direction of the Cedar Mountains. They call it the breath unmoored. Livestock panic, and the city's wells bubble without cause. Farther south, in Eridu, farmers claim a faint humming rises from the soil when they plow too deep. Some call it Humbaba's heart, still beating under the world. Back in Uruk, a sculptor working on a temple frieze discovers his chisel dulls when carving cedar scenes. "The wood resists the story," he mutters. He leaves the panel unfinished. Rhetorical question: how long does a myth resist dying? Scholars of later ages will debate this moment, the century when the forest guardian shifted from monster to moral parable. Clay tablets describe his breath as both plague and healing wind. He becomes dual, destroyer to kings, protector to peasants. An early hymn from Lagash even calls upon him for mercy. Humbaba, eye of the east wind, turn your gaze from the harvest. Leave our infants to the cradle. Guard the forest of our hearts. It is the earliest surviving ecological prayer in human history, a plea not against nature, but for balance with it. By the third generation after Gilgamesh, temple scribes begin illustrating his encounter with Humbaba on cylinder seals. The guardian's once terrifying face becomes stylized, grooved, symmetrical, ornamental. What was awe becomes design, but hidden in those swirling lines remains the old pattern of breath and flame, a memory encoded in art. Time polishes terror into myth, yet even centuries later, merchants traveling through the mountains tell of nights when the cedar canopy murmurs like the sea, and faces flicker in the trunks, watching, waiting. In those stories, Humbaba is neither alive nor dead. He is the pause between wind and silence, the breath still searching for balance. And in Uruk, Gilgamesh continues to wake before dawn, standing at his window, listening to the faint sigh that passes through the empty streets. He knows it is only wind. He tells himself that every time. But the way it exhales, slow, deliberate, remembering, feels almost human. Years pass, and the great cedar beams, blackened by that first storm, still arch above Uruk's temple like ribs of a buried giant. Moss creeps along their undersides despite the dry air. Children who never saw the forest learn to whisper Humbaba's name before crossing the temple court, not from fear, but from habit. The story has already begun to soften, turning from omen to heritage. For Gilgamesh, however, the edges never dull. He grows older, but not gentler, the weight of his deeds pressing on him like dust on gold. The victory over Humbaba should have sealed his glory, Yet every season brings new unease. Floods arrive earlier, harvests thin, herds miscarry. Priests attribute it to Enlil's shifting moods. The farmers quietly blame the death of the guardian. He held the wild things in their place, they murmur. Now, the wild moves. On the plains east of Uruk, reed beds begin to overgrow irrigation canals. Wolves stalk the outer settlements. Locusts darken the sky in patterns the augurs cannot read. The balance Humbaba once kept between wilderness and field is gone, and no ritual seems able to restore it. One night, lightning strikes again. Not the temple this time, but the cedar gate of the city itself. The wooden doors burn to ash, leaving only bronze hinges. The smell reminds everyone of that first forest fire, the day the heroes returned. People take it as a sign. The boundary between city and wild has broken. Gilgamesh summons the priests. "Tell me what must be done," he demands. "Shall I rebuild the gates in stone?" The high priest hesitates. "Stone cannot breathe," he says. "A living gate must open and close with the world. Perhaps the breath is not gone, but trapped." "What do you mean?" He leads the king to the archives beneath the ziggurat. In the lamplight, clay tablets line the shelves like silent witnesses. The priest pulls one, its edges worn smooth. "An older hymn," he explains. "From before the time of the guardian, the cuneiform is faint, but the words still hold rhythm. When the forest was young, a wind was born. When men raised walls, the wind was bound. When the wind breaks free again, the world begins anew." Gilgamesh frowns. "A riddle." "A reminder," the priest replies. "What you killed was not merely a monster, but the wind that connects gods and earth. You did not end it. You sealed it inside yourself." That night, the king dreams again. He stands on the mountain where he once fought, but the trees are gone, replaced by stone pillars, hollow and echoing. From within each column comes faint breathing, as if the forest still sleeps inside rock. Then a voice speaks behind him. "You cut down the lungs of the world. Can you still hear it breathe?" He wakes with his chest aching, lungs burning as though he has run miles. The chamber smells faintly of cedar once more. Rhetorical question. How do you uncut a tree? The following day, Enkidu suggests a pilgrimage to Nippur to seek the counsel of Enlil's priests directly. Perhaps they can determine whether the curse truly lingers. Reluctantly, Gilgamesh agrees. The journey takes several days along the Euphrates, through villages where farmers still whisper blessings to the wind before planting. At Nippur, the temple of Enlil rises from the earth like a layered mountain of brick. Inside, the air hums with murmured prayers. The high priest receives them in silence, eyes clouded with age. "You have already been judged," he says at last. "The breath you loosed will not return to one forest. It moves through all things now. Learn to listen." Enkidu bows, accepting the riddle. Gilgamesh clenches his fists. "Listen for what? A sigh? A plague? I came for instruction, not poetry." But the priest only smiles faintly. "Then I will give you neither. I will give you truth. The gods do not punish without purpose. You freed what they hid. That is both curse and calling. Outside, a sandstorm builds. They take shelter under an awning, and Enkidu laughs quietly. He speaks like the trees, he says. Gilgamesh turns his face toward the storm. The air stings his skin, filling his ears with the roar of endless wind. For a moment, it feels alive. Not hostile, just vast. When they return to Uruk, news awaits them. The city's carpenters, working on the new temple roof, have found strange markings inside the cedar beams, patterns like veins, glowing faintly when touched by moonlight. The workers refuse to continue. The wood remembers. They whisper. Gilgamesh examines the beams himself that night. Indeed, faint light ripples within the grain, like trapped fireflies. He orders the temple sealed until further notice. Meanwhile, Enkidu grows sick. The physicians call it fever, but no herb cools him. He dreams constantly of forests burning, rivers running backward, and faces made of smoke. Each time he wakes, his skin smells faintly of cedar. The king sits beside him, sleepless. "You were born from the wild," he says softly. "Why does it kill you now?" Enkidu smiles weakly. "Perhaps it calls me home." Days later, when Enkidu dies, the city mourns. Gilgamesh tears his robes and wanders the streets, refusing food or rest. The legend of his grief will one day form the heart of the epic itself, but in this telling, it marks something else. The full consequence of breaking the balance Humbaba guarded. In his madness, he walks beyond the city walls, barefoot, unarmed. The desert wind howls around him, and he speaks to the air. "I killed the guardian. Now show me who guards me." No answer comes, only the steady breath of the world, hot and endless. When he finally returns, his hair gray with dust, he orders a new ritual to be carved into temple law. Before cutting any tree, offer breath to the wind. It is a small command, almost forgotten by later kings, but its echo survives in tablets describing the breath offering, a ceremony still practiced 1,000 years later. In it, a woodcutter kneels, presses his lips to the ground, and exhales once before raising the axe, a remnant of Humbaba's legacy, disguised as devotion. The priests of Uruk begin recording more omens of the seven winds, tracing each to a different temperament of the gods: gentleness, rage, fertility, decay. They realized that Humbaba's 7 auras were not curses, but categories of existence itself. To study them becomes a form of science. Thus, the guardian who died as monster is reborn as measure. His legend, a primitive taxonomy of nature. Centuries later, Babylonian scribes will write of him as Huwawa, servant of Enlil and master of forest breath. The name changes, but the role remains. The reminder that everything living guards something larger than itself. Back in Uruk, old Gilgamesh still climbs the ziggurat at dawn, staring west toward the horizon, where the cedar mountains shimmer faintly in haze. He wonders if the forest has grown back. Some travelers claim it has, but the trees stand thinner, their bark pale, their song quieter. Sometimes, when the wind blows from the west, he hears a low note echoing through the bricks beneath his feet. It sounds almost like breathing. He closes his eyes, unsure whether to pray or listen. Rain returns to Uruk after 7 seasons of drought. At first, it falls as blessing, soft, warm, fragrant with dust. But by the 3rd night, it becomes something else. The downpour grows relentless, flooding the lower streets, carrying away clay pots and straw roofs. The people call it the weeping of Humbaba, claiming the slain guardian mourns his lost forest. Gilgamesh watches from the palace terrace. Water runs off the parapets like silver threads. Below, the city glimmers in torchlight, half drowned. He remembers the priest's words. "You did not end it. You sealed it inside yourself." Perhaps this storm, too, breathes through him. At dawn, he rides through the gates to survey the damage. Whole fields have vanished under water. Herds wander confused. and reeds flatten in every direction. Yet amid the destruction, new life teems, frogs, water birds, shoots of green pushing through silt. Enlil's chaos, it seems, carries creation inside it. Gilgamesh dismounts, kneeling to feel the soaked earth. The scent of cedar rises faintly where none should grow. He closes his eyes and whispers, "Guardian, if you live still, teach me how to mend what I broke." The only reply is wind in the reeds, but it moves like breathing, rhythmic, patient. That night, the priests gather in the temple to interpret omens. They spread a bronze bowl of water and scatter oil across its surface, watching the patterns swirl. The elder priest reads the shapes aloud. 7 rings, the winds awaken. Another murmurs. He walks in the cycle again. The debate divides them. One faction believes Humbaba's spirit has been restored to its post, guarding the living from the wild's hunger. The other insists it has become a wandering force, untethered, capable of vengeance or mercy at whim. The tablets that survive from this period preserve both views, their lines scratched in competing hands. Even belief fractures like cracked clay. Meanwhile, ordinary people adapt. Fishermen tie cedar twigs to their boats for luck. Children carry small clay faces of Humbaba at their waists. In the marketplaces, women sing new lullabies that twist the old fear into comfort. Sleep, child, the forest breathes. It keeps your dreams from thieves. Its shadow guards the gate of night. Humbaba's eyes hold gentle light. In this way, myth becomes memory, and memory becomes protection. The same story that once warned of wrath now soothes the fearful. But in the upper city, unease lingers. The floodwaters recede, leaving behind slick mud that glitters faintly under moonlight, as if laced with bronze dust. A healer scoops some into a bowl and notes that it smells not of rot, but of resin. She burns it on her hearth and swears she hears whispering. When the news reaches Gilgamesh, he orders the sample sealed in the temple archive. The breath changes form, he says. Let it rest where it can do no harm. Yet curiosity gnaws at him. He summons the scholar priests to translate any surviving hymns of Humbaba. What they uncover changes everything. Among the oldest Sumerian tablets, one fragment stands out. Enlil spoke unto the mountain, "Guard my breath, let no man cut my cedar nor measure my wind. He who fells the tree fells himself." A marginal note, likely added generations later, than reads, "The king who broke the law of wind must bind it again." Gilgamesh reads the words again and again. Bind it again. What could that mean? He seeks answers from dream. On the 7th night after the flood, sleep takes him gently, but his vision is sharp. He stands in a vast plain of mirrors made from water. In each reflection, Humbaba's face appears, changing with every ripple. "Do you know why the gods chose me?" the apparition asks. "To guard," Gilgamesh replies. "To remind," says the face. "When men forget that the world breathes with them, not beneath them, it becomes their tomb." He wakes with the first light, shaken but resolute. The dream is not punishment. It is instruction. By decree, he orders a new ceremony to be observed yearly at the first flood, the Festival of Breath. Every household must light a cedar torch and exhale once into the flame, symbolically returning life to what was taken. The smoke that rises is called the breath's release. Even centuries later, Akkadian texts mention this rite, though few recall its origin. During the first celebration, the city glows like a field of stars. From the palace steps, Gilgamesh watches as thousands of small flames pulse in the darkness. he feels, for the first time since the forest, a sense of equilibrium, fragile but real. And yet, he cannot escape the irony. To honor the guardian he killed, when the torches burn low, the people begin to chant softly. Wind, return, breath, forgive. The words drift upward, carried by the same current that once terrified them. In that moment, a gust sweeps through the streets. Every flame bends eastward, toward the mountains. People fall silent. Even the king bows his head. The priests record the event as miracle. The wind turned and the city breathed together. Still, superstition persists. Farmers report voices in the irrigation channels. Soldiers swear the city gates creak in rhythm with the wind. Each tale adds another layer to the myth. Humbaba no longer belongs to the forest alone. He has become an element, omnipresent, necessary. Years later, a traveling poet visiting Uruk writes, "Once he guarded the cedar hills, now he guards the silence between heartbeats." And so the legend migrates from geography to philosophy, from tree line to thought. But power never sleeps long. As generations pass, new kings claim the ritual as proof of divine favor, rewriting Humbaba's name on temple walls as servant of Uruk. They forget he once guarded against men, not for them. The forest, meanwhile, dwindles. Traders exploit the sacred cedar for wealth. Foreign builders demand timber for their palaces. The mountain that once echoed with 7 winds now hums faintly with saws. The people have learned reverence, yes, but not restraint. When travelers return describing distant lands covered in bare stumps and salt-crusted soil, some recall the old curse. He who fells the tree fells himself. But the words sound like prophecy too late remembered. Rhetorical pause. What lesson survives when prosperity outshouts memory? Still, the idea of balance clings to humanity like smoke on cloth. From Sumer's ashes will rise empires that speak of divine order, cosmic justice, and the me, the invisible laws that hold creation together. Scholars trace these concepts back to the age when a king killed his forest and was forced to listen to its ghost. At twilight, Gilgamesh stands once more upon the ziggurat. The air smells of rain and resin. He inhales deeply, then exhales toward the west. Below him, the city's torches flicker in the same rhythm. Thousands of breaths join his. Perhaps, he thinks, this is what the gods meant by binding the wind again. Decades drift like silt. The name Gilgamesh begins to turn into stone and legend, while the air of Uruk still hums with that unending breath. Neither curse nor blessing, only presence. The cedar hills fade into memory, but across Mesopotamia, the myth of their guardian spreads wider, transformed by every city it touches. In Lagash, scribes call him Huwawa, Lord of the 7 Winds. In Kish, he becomes Hubab, a fiery angel whose voice measures justice. To the coastal ports of Dilmun, traders whisper that he guards the horizon itself, the edge where land sinks into divine sea. Each retelling bends toward its own need, a warning, a comfort, a code of conduct. Uruk, older now, still remembers. The Festival of Breath continues each year, though few recall its origin. The priests recite invocations, invoking Humbaba not as enemy, but as mediator. Between God and man stands the guardian of the breath. They sprinkle cedar oil on the ground before planting, and the farmers say the soil responds better when the ritual is kept. Yet, something strange happens. In the years following Gilgamesh's death, a drought sweeps the region, not as devastation, but as rhythm. Every 7 years, the rains falter, as though a hidden metronome keeps time with the forgotten winds. The pattern becomes sacred calendar, the cycle of the 7 breaths. Archaeologists, thousands of years later, will find these calendars etched into broken tablets and wonder if they marked climate cycles or rituals. The truth is both. Myth and meteorology have always shared a spine. One late summer afternoon, a shepherd north of Uruk finds a tree unlike any other, tall, resinous, and faintly luminescent at dusk. Its bark smells of lightning and ocean. Word reaches the temple, and soon a delegation is sent to inspect. The priests fall to their knees, weeping. The forest remembers its guardian, they declare. They name the tree Humbaba's heart. From its sap, they create incense burned only during funerals, said to guide the soul back through the 7 winds. When inhaled, it induces calm, perhaps from its scent, perhaps from belief. Either way, it works. The pattern spreads. Every city of Sumer begins to claim one relic or ritual tied to the forest spirit. In Ur, sailors paint a face like braided cords upon the prows of ships to protect against storms. In Eridu, fishermen drop cedar splinters into the tide before casting nets. In Sippar, clay amulets shaped as lungs are worn against plague. Each custom is a shard of the same myth, worn smooth by use. Together, they form the oldest environmental ethic in history. Respect what breathes. Meanwhile, scholars of that age, the first to call themselves Umia, knowers, begin to systematize the world's spirits. They group Humbaba with other divine sentinels, Pazuzu of the west wind, Lamashtu of the barren lands, and Namtar, who governs disease. But Humbaba stands apart. He is not demon. One tablet insists. He is border. This distinction matters. It reframes his story from battle into balance. Later priests interpret his 7 auras as the 7 forces of atmosphere: heat, cold, moisture, drought, calm, storm, and decay, the cycle of life and dissolution. Whether they understood meteorology or metaphor hardly matters. What endures is the intuition that human order depends on harmony with unseen breath. In time, merchants carry his image east toward Elam and west toward Syria. In each land, he changes name again: Kumbaba, Kumbabashu, Humbaba. Yet his face remains, the coiled, writhing pattern of beard and jaw, a fusion of roots and flame. Archaeologists in the 20th century will call it the earliest mask of sacred terror. They'll find it on bronze doors, weapon hilts, even house charms designed to guard thresholds. The guardian of one world becomes guardian of all doors. Rhetorical question. Was he ever slain at all, or merely multiplied? For generations, the temple singers of Uruk keep a song dedicated to him. The refrain, translated roughly, says, "The mountain breathes beneath my feet. Its sigh becomes my name. Let none forget the cedar scent, or balance turns to flame." This song survives on fragmentary tablets found in 1894 CE. Scholars note the curious use of repetition. 3 lines end in the word for breath, zai, which also means life. The hymn's logic is circular. Breath equals life equals memory. Therefore, to forget the forest is to choke the world. Back in the age itself, somewhere around 2000 BCE, Uruk faces new challenges. Empires rise and collapse. Trade routes shift. The old rituals wane as new gods ascend: Marduk, Ishtar, Asher. Yet Humbaba endures beneath them all, a quiet undertone in every wind that crosses the plain. One evening, during a great drought, a young acolyte in the temple of Enlil questions his teacher. If the guardian was once slain by man, Why does he not strike us down now? The elder smiles. Because he does not punish, he remembers, and memory itself can wound. That night, the acolyte writes a verse in his wax tablet. When the wind dries the river, it is not anger, but recall. Centuries later, this single line will be copied into a Babylonian compendium of omens, a whisper of philosophy preserved through superstition. Meanwhile, in a remote village at the edge of the Tigris, farmers begin burying cedar shavings under new planted date palms, saying it teaches the tree to breathe. Modern agronomists will one day test the soil there and find higher fertility from the resin's natural minerals. Myth, it turns out, had reason all along. In the Middle Centuries, artisans craft bronze reliefs depicting Gilgamesh and Enkidu standing over Humbaba's fallen form. But in these later images, the demon smiles. His hands are raised not in defense, but in offering. Some scholars think the sculptors misunderstood the tale. Others suspect deliberate revision, redemption carved into metal. When these plaques hang above city gates, they no longer mean victory. They mean watchfulness, a reminder that every civilization must guard against its own excess. May Humbaba watch our breath, the inscriptions say. May we not smother the world. One tablet even portrays a scene never described in any epic. Gilgamesh, old and kneeling before a tree, planting a sapling under the western sun. Above him hovers the faint outline of Humbaba's mask, not as threat, but as halo. Whether apocryphal or visionary, it completes the circle. Rhetorical hook. Is this repentance, or simply the slow education of memory? And then time moves forward again. Sumer falls, Akkad rises. Hammurabi's code is inscribed, invoking the law that keeps the strong from oppressing the weak. Some historians see Humbaba's echo there too, the forest guardian transfigured into moral guardian. The same impulse, to defend boundaries, to keep the powerful from devouring what sustains them. From there, the lineage continues invisibly into Hebrew Sabbath laws that let the land rest every 7th year, into Greek tales of dryads avenging felled trees, into Roman noumena dwelling in every grove. The guardian never dies. He disperses. But in Uruk, long after its ziggurats crumble, travelers still find fragments of cedar beam buried beneath sand. When struck, they release faint scent of resin, stubbornly intact after thousands of years. Locals call it the memory of breath. At twilight, the desert wind sighs through the ruins, and the broken stones answer with hollow tone, as if the world still inhales through what remains of its first lungs. And somewhere beyond hearing, the mountain exhales again. The centuries that follow bury Sumer's language under newer tongues, yet the breath of Humbaba moves invisibly through them all. Words shift, empires collapse, kings are born and forgotten. But the old rhythm between power and boundary endures. By the time the Assyrians carved their palaces at Nineveh, the guardian's face has become ornament rather than warning. His mask, once feared, now gleams in gold leaf over doorways and thrones. The beard of twisting cords has softened into decorative symmetry, the eyes rendered wide and calm. Artists name the style Malamu, radiant terror subdued into art. In the royal palace of Ashurnasirpal II, reliefs show winged spirits carrying cedar branches toward the king. At their feet, small cuneiform lines whisper the spell. May the breath of the guardian purify this hall. It is said that when wind sweeps through the open courtyard, the torches lean inward, as if bowing, but the priests still remember. In secret chambers, they keep older clay tablets, the ones that tell the truer story. To them, the myth of Humbaba remains a moral architecture, order balanced upon awe. They whisper that every civilization, at its height, builds its own forest and kills its own guardian. Rhetorical question: is there any empire that survives its own victory? Far to the south, Babylon rises, brilliant and immense. Here, the scholars of Marduk rewrite creation itself. In the Enuma Elish, the world is born from the body of a slain monster. The old pattern returns, dressed in new language: chaos killed to make order, forest felled to build city, life sacrificed for progress. Humbaba's ghost walks behind every line. In this retelling, the gods are architects and man their apprentice. The moral no longer warns against trespass, but glorifies control. Yet the breath lingers, an unease beneath the rhetoric of dominion. Babylonian physicians still use cedar resin as disinfectant, calling it Humbaba's tears. Exorcists wave cedar wands over the sick, whispering, "Let the wind that guards the gods guard thee." The ritual survives while its meaning inverts. The forest's vengeance becomes the city's cure. By 1200 BCE, trade carries these practices westward to the Levant. There, Canaanite craftsmen carve cedar from Lebanon, the very wood once deemed sacred, into temple beams. They inscribe small spirals along the grain, invoking the breath. To them, it is no longer curse, but craft. The invisible made structural. The priests of Ugarit record a new name: Humbaba El, the breath of the High One. In their hymns, he is neither demon nor god, but the element that keeps both alive, the line where heaven touches earth. One surviving tablet, cracked at the edges, reads, "He who forgets the wind forgets his own voice." Somewhere in those centuries, perhaps on a forgotten mountain path, an old woodcutter tells his apprentice that before every felling, he must whisper apology to the tree. The boy asks why. "Because the tree breathes," the man says, "and breath remembers." That small instruction, carried by generations of craftsmen, outlives every empire that invented it. Meanwhile, Uruk itself fades into ruin. Sand fills its canals. Its ziggurat slumps like a weary shoulder. Nomads camp among the fallen walls. When the wind blows, it moans through the corridors, and travelers report hearing low voices murmuring in lost tongues. A Babylonian scribe visiting the site writes, "The stones exhale. I think the guardian still walks. Centuries pass. The Persians inherit the land, then the Greeks." Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, describes the cedar trade of Phoenicia with reverence. The wood is alive with scent as if it still dreams. He records a local superstition. Before cutting, workers pour oil on the ground and wait for wind. If no wind comes, they delay the axe. No one remembers why. The Greeks, curious as ever, recast the tale into their own pantheon. To them, Humbaba becomes Kimbalos, a minor demon of the west wind who once guarded Apollo's groves. They say he was slain by a mortal hero who sought divine timber for his ship. Later philosophers, especially the Stoics, interpret him as symbol of physis, nature's rational order. To wound the guardian, they write, is to wound the logos itself. So the Mesopotamian spirit evolves into Greek principle, from storm to reason, from breath to law. In Alexandria's libraries, scrolls of Sumerian and Akkadian lore are translated into Greek and Aramaic. Scholars notice that every ancient people describes some boundary being between divine and mortal, chaos and structure. Humbaba, they conclude, is the archetype, the first guardian. They note too that his name, when broken into phonetic syllables, resembles hubu-bu, meaning to inhale and exhale. Coincidence, perhaps, but too poetic to ignore. The guardian's very name is breath. By now, 2,000 years have passed since Gilgamesh swung his sword. The Cedar Mountains stand thinner, their slopes stripped for ships and temples. The sound of axes echoes where hymns once did. Yet every gust of wind that sweeps through those valleys seems to carry the same rhythm: inhalation, exhalation. As though the forest still remembers its task. A Greek traveler writes of walking among the stumps of the old groves at Byblos and hearing a low, flute-like tone in the wind. The locals tell him, it is the lungs of the world, sighing for what was lost. He notes this with fascination, unaware that he is quoting a line written 3,000 years earlier in Sumerian. Time spirals, meanings repeat. When Rome inherits these lands, the breath becomes ritual again. Roman priests burn cedar at funerals, saying, "May the guardian open the gate of air." Early Christians later adopt the same smoke for purification. In medieval monasteries, cedar oil is mixed into ink for sacred manuscripts, the word itself steeped in remembrance. Rhetorical hook. Do the myths survive because we believe them, or because the earth insists? By the 1st century CE, the last speakers of Sumerian are gone, yet Humbaba's face endures on mosaic floors and amphora handles. His coiled beard becomes pure pattern, art detached from origin. But some craftsmen, it said, still murmur a prayer before drawing it, for the breath that guards. In the mountain villages of Lebanon, shepherds tell travelers that when storms gather, they hear deep laughter rolling through the cedars. That is the old guardian, they say, counting our breaths. Centuries later, Arab chroniclers will preserve fragments of this tale, renaming him Himma Baba, the old father of the wind. They call his forest Jabal al-Nafs, the mountain of breath. And still, the cedar stands a symbol on banners, coins, and prayers, while the legend beneath it fades to whisper. The guardian's terror, his tragedy, his lesson dissolve into emblem, but the wind does not forget. It still circles the old plains, sighing through buried cities, carrying dust from vanished walls. To those who pause long enough, it still feels like the slow respiration of the world itself. The world turns, civilizations pass, and yet the rhythm begun in those cedar hills refuses to die. Breath after breath, the story carries forward in forms its first tellers could never have imagined. In the early centuries of Islam, when the caliphs rise along the Tigris, new scholars rediscover the buried ruins of Sumer. They unearth tablets blackened by time and call the strange signs the script of the ancients. Among them lie fragments that speak of a guardian slain by a king, a forest that breathed, and 7 winds bound in clay. The scribes of Basra translate pieces into Arabic, renaming the spirit Abu al-Rar, father of the wind. He becomes neither demon nor saint, but symbol. Philosophers studying Aristotle call him the image of balance. They see in Humbaba the metaphor of Mazan, the perfect measure that God built into creation. When man disturbs it, writes a poet of the Abbasid court, The earth remembers through storm, and so the ancient Sumerian myth breathes again, veiled in new tongue and faith. In those same centuries, Lebanese cedars are harvested to build the mosques of Damascus and Jerusalem. The wood travels farther than ever before, sanctified now for prayer. Yet the loggers still perform the old gesture. Before each felling, they whisper a verse to the wind. No imam commands it, no scholar records it. The act persists out of muscle memory, a superstition older than doctrine. Meanwhile, monks in distant Europe copy Greek retellings of the Gilgamesh epic. They call Humbaba Orcus of the East or the Great Watcher. Illuminated manuscripts show him as a giant wrapped in smoke, standing between Eden and exile. Christian allegory recasts him as the angel with flaming sword who guards paradise after the fall. Thus, the circle closes again. The protector becomes the boundary once more. In one medieval text, the Chronicle of Bar Hebraeus, a Syrian bishop notes that, among the Chaldeans, it is said there is a spirit in the mountains who measures the breaths of men. He wonders whether this belief sprang from the old tale of Gilgamesh, who smote the giant of the cedar woods. Every age, it seems, rediscovers him. Always too late, always with slightly different moral. Rhetorical question. Do we preserve myths, or do they preserve us? By the Renaissance, scholars in Venice trade for Eastern manuscripts. In one, written in fading Akkadian, they find the phrase Melamu Humbaba, the radiance of the guardian. They mistranslate it as the demon's glow. The meaning reverses yet again. Fear returns where reverence once stood. Artists of the time paint grotesques on cathedral facades, faces twisted in knots of leaves and vines. To the Christian imagination, these are symbols of sin lurking in nature. To historians much later, they are green men, guardians of thresholds. In those curling beards of foliage, archaeologists recognize the echo of Humbaba's own visage, his features absorbed into European stone. From Mesopotamia to Gothic archway, the same breath endures. By the 19th century, explorers digging near ancient Nippur uncover the first intact clay tablets of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Among them, the episode of the Cedar Forest, pressed into mud 4,000 years before, waiting to speak again. When George Smith translates the lines in 1872, London papers call it the earliest monster story. Victorian readers cheer Gilgamesh as hero, Humbaba as beast. The forest becomes backdrop, not protagonist, but a few scholars sense something deeper. The archaeologist Leonard Woolley writes, "In this tale, I hear the first murmur of human conscience toward the earth. He is right. The old warning resurfaces beneath layers of translation and triumph. Meanwhile, in the deserts of Iraq, Bedouin shepherds still tell travelers about Humbaba, the wind that counts your breath. They say if you sleep under the cedars without offering, you wake unable to speak for a day. The voice, they explain, has been borrowed by the mountain. When war comes to those lands centuries later, soldiers bivouacked near ancient ruins record strange sounds at night, long, hollow gusts moving through broken brick. One writes in his diary, "It felt like the ruins were breathing. I remembered an old legend of a forest guardian and slept uneasily." The scholar who will later translate that diary smiles sadly. "He heard what the ancients heard," she says. "For the first time in millennia, the old tablets and the living air speak the same language again." In modern museums, Humbaba's face reappears behind glass. Visitors stare at the bronze mask, wide eyes, coiled beard, half smile, and read the caption, "Guardian Demon of the Cedar Forest, c. 1800 BCE. Most move on after a few seconds, but every so often, someone lingers, uneasy. They can't say why, only that the face seems alive, breathing faintly behind its patina. At the British Museum, curators note that humidity sensors near the mask often fluctuate inexplicably, as if the air around it shifts in rhythm. One technician jokes, "He's still watching the climate." No one laughs long. Environmental scientists studying deforestation in Lebanon find ancient cedar stumps whose growth rings stopped suddenly, a pattern consistent with mass burning or drought around 2600 BCE. The date coincides uncannily with the era of the epic's composition. The legend, it seems, may have preserved memory of a real ecological collapse. Myth as archive, parable as data. A professor in 2023 publishes a paper titled Humbaba and the First Environmental Ethic. She argues that the story marks humanity's earliest recorded guilt over exploiting nature. Her closing line reads, "The guardian was not monster, but mirror, and we have yet to pass his test." Rhetorical hook. Can a myth 4,000 years old still breathe through us? In modern Iraq, local villagers near Hilla keep a small shrine, a weathered cedar post crowned with a carved face. Each spring, they burn incense and tie ribbons to it, praying for gentle wind and fertile soil. Asked who the figure is, an elder shrugs. "The mountain spirit," he says. "Our grandfathers called him something like Humbaba. We call him the breath." He smiles. When he's happy, the wheat stands tall, and as dusk falls over those plains, the same that once trembled under the feet of Gilgamesh, a breeze stirs the grasses, carrying the scent of resin, faint but real. It moves through ruined ziggurats, through reeds and crumbling stone, humming the same old syllable, Z, breath, life. The wind goes on, older than language, untiring. The guardian, it seems, never died. He simply learned to travel lighter. A warm dusk falls over the Iraqi steppe. That same bronze light the ancients once called the breath between gods. The ruins of Uruk lie silent, half swallowed by sand. To the untrained eye, they are only mounds of clay and brittle reeds. But to those who linger, the air vibrates faintly, as though something enormous still exhales beneath the ground. The locals call it nafas al-ard, the breath of the earth, and they tell travelers a story. When storms cross from the west, the ruins speak. You must press your ear to the soil to hear it, a heartbeat hidden in dust. They say it's the spirit of an ancient guardian who still watches the horizon where his forest once stood. No one uses the old name anymore. Yet even forgotten words have long memories. Across the centuries, Humbaba's story has been reduced, retold, and reimagined until its edges blur, but the bones of it remain. Every culture that inherits this soil adds one more layer. Gilgamesh's pride becomes humanity's hubris. The fallen forest becomes the wounded world. The seven winds become the seven elements of survival: air, water, fire, soil, seed, animal, and mind. In the early 20th century, European archaeologists, shovels in hand, rediscover Uruk. They find fragments of brick stamped with the king's name, tablets bearing faint scratches of the old epic, and a small bronze mask, corroded yet unmistakable. A face with coiled beard, wide eyes, and mouth frozen in mid-breath. The museum catalog calls it Humbaba, guardian of the Cedar Forest. But when the team photographs it at night, condensation fogs the glass of the display case. No one else in the room exhales. The project's lead excavator writes in his diary, "There is something alive in that mask. I feel watched not as trespasser, but his pupil. He isn't wrong. The ancient breath has found a new classroom, the modern world. By the 1950s, scholars argue over whether Humbaba was evil, divine, or ecological. Some call him the first environmental protector, a myth born from Mesopotamia's early deforestation and soil collapse. Others see him as political metaphor, the forest as foreign frontier, the guardian as the enemy to be conquered for empire. Both readings are true. The myth's endurance lies in its elasticity. It fits every age that forgets restraint. Rhetorical hook. What if Humbaba was never slain, but waiting for us to understand? In that century's literature, echoes return. T.S. Eliot writes of the still point of the turning world, the same pause the Sumerians once called the breath. Environmental philosophers quote the tablets as the first warning against extraction without reverence. One even compares Gilgamesh to the Industrial Revolution. Both heroes of progress, both killers of balance. Meanwhile, deep in Lebanon's remaining cedar reserves, foresters rediscover rituals long dismissed as superstition. Before planting new trees, locals walk counterclockwise 3 times around the sapling, whispering to the wind. They don't know why, only that it feels correct. Science later proves that human breath and footfall release CO2 and compact soil, helping seedling stability. Myth, once more, turns out practical. A French anthropologist records the chant in 1971, "Breath return, breath forgive, may the wind find its home again." He notes it sounds astonishingly like the Sumerian refrain transcribed 4 millennia earlier. Coincidence, perhaps, or continuity beneath forgetting. At the same time, satellites begin capturing images of the Middle East from orbit, the Tigris and Euphrates winding like veins through the desert. One scientist remarks, "It looks like lungs." He doesn't know he's quoting the oldest metaphor on Earth. The forests of the world shrink, the rivers recede, and suddenly, the old story feels less like legend and more like prophecy. Universities hold conferences titled The Mythic Ecology of Humbaba. Professors debate whether myth can serve as moral map for climate ethics. One speaker says, "The guardian's curse was not that he died, but that he left his duty to us." Another adds, "We are all Gilgamesh now." In documentaries, cameras sweep over ancient cedar groves, the survivors. Wind moves through their branches with a deep, rhythmic sound. The narrator's voice softens. Listen closely. The world still breathes through these trees, and indeed it does. But far from headlines, in the quiet of desert nights, shepherds still light small fires of cedar twig and watch the smoke drift east. They call it Hadiyat al-Nafas, the gift of breath. Children fall asleep listening to the crackle and the wind's low hum, unaware that they participate in the oldest peace treaty between man and nature. At dawn, when the sun turns the ruins gold, the shepherds rise and step lightly. "Do not wake the guardian," they say half jokingly, half afraid. In Baghdad's museum, a curator polishing the ancient mask notices that the air around it always smells faintly of resin, though no cedar wood exists in the room. She keeps this secret, thinking perhaps the myth deserves one final mystery. Meanwhile, writers rediscover the old epic. Modern poets give Humbaba a voice, imagining his thoughts as he falls. "I was not wrath, but warning." Painters depict him not as monster, but as wounded protector, ribs open, forest pouring out like smoke. And online, somewhere in the new myth-making of the digital age, artists post his face beside melting glaciers, captioned simply, The guardian returns. For once, virality and reverence share breath. 100,000 screens glow with the same bronze eyes that once glared through cedar mist. The breath moves again, not through air now, but through data, electric and global. Humbaba's legacy becomes both symbol and mirror. Each new audience sees themselves reflected. The builders, the destroyers, the frightened heirs of both. In the quiet after midnight, if you listen to the low hum of your own house, the air vent, the pulse of current, the whisper of machine fans, it sounds uncannily like breathing. The same rhythm that filled the forest still vibrates inside our walls. We have inherited the wind, the warning, and the watch. The only question left is whether we will learn to guard as he once did. Fiercely, tenderly, with eyes of flame and patience of roots, because the breath has never stopped. It only waits for recognition. Night settles over the modern plains where Uruk once rose. In the stillness, even the hum of distant highways fades, and the desert exhales. Every sound seems older than it should be. The air carries that faint trace of cedar resin. Impossible here, yet unmistakable. It's the same scent that haunted Gilgamesh in his dreams, the same one the priests once read as omen. The world keeps speaking in languages we keep forgetting. In the archives of Baghdad's museum, a researcher sits alone under flickering fluorescent light, surrounded by fragments of clay. Each tablet bears wedge marks so fine they could be mistaken for the scratches of wind on stone. The researcher's notes read, Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet V, the Cedar Forest. She translates by lamplight, tracing the strokes with gloved fingers. The story she unearths is both familiar and impossible to exhaust. She reads aloud softly. The forest was holy, for the gods had chosen it. The guardian was placed there, not to slay men, but to keep the world breathing in measure. Her voice trembles. Not to slay, she repeats. To keep the world breathing. In that line, 4,000 years collapse into silence. She closes her eyes, and for a heartbeat, she thinks she hears wind moving through trees. Though the only sound in the room is air conditioning, she exhales. The light flickers. For the briefest moment, it feels like the room breathes with her. It's a trick of exhaustion, she tells herself. But somewhere deep down, she senses that the myth has always been more than metaphor. Rhetorical question. If the earth could speak, would it choose words or wind? Outside, the world hums with restless invention. Cities glitter, forests shrink, seas rise. Satellites orbit above, charting temperature, moisture, air composition, the 7 elements that once made Humbaba's aura. Scientists map what priests once worshipped. But even they, in their quiet moments, describe the planet with sacred reverence, living system, breathing biosphere, the blue lung of the cosmos. Different tongue, same awe. In one lecture, an astrophysicist projects a photo of Earth taken from the moon. We call this fragile, he says, but the ancients would have called it divine. He pauses, almost shyly. You could say Humbaba's forest never ended. It just spread across the whole world. The audience laughs, but a few take notes. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, a conservationist kneels beside a newly planted cedar. She presses her palms to the soil and whispers, "Breathe, old one." The wind stirs as if in reply. The ritual has no religion now, only rhythm. Yet in that rhythm lives the same covenant signed in mythic time. Humanity promising to guard what guards them. At the same hour, across the world, a child in Tokyo reads a storybook called Gilgamesh and the Forest Keeper. In its pages, the demon is not slain, but befriended. The forest teaches the king humility, and the two plant trees together. The story ends with the line, "When you breathe, the world breathes with you." The child reads it twice, then looks out the window at the night wind in the trees, thousands of miles apart. The same breath links soil, child, myth, and memory. The guardian's voice now flows through fiber optics and paper, museum glass and saplings. Less God, more gravity. Scholars analyzing new environmental ethics quote the epic as earliest ecological allegory. A philosopher in Geneva writes, "Every act of creation carries a shadow of destruction. Humbaba's death is the dawn of self-awareness, mankind realizing the cost of its progress." Another replies, "Then the curse is not punishment, it's education." Their words echo the priest of Nippur from 5,000 years before. The circle keeps widening, the breath expanding. In literature, filmmakers resurrect the myth anew. An art house film titled The Guardian's Breath plays in Berlin. The poster shows a single cedar tree in mist, with faint eyes in its bark. Critics describe it as hauntingly calm, a requiem for the natural world. The director, when asked about her inspiration, says, "I found a line from an old tablet that said, 'He guarded the air of the gods.' I thought, maybe he still does." In small ways, reverence returns. University students plant trees on Earth Day, calling it Humbaba's festival. Online artists render him not as monster, but as patient, ancient being. Neither human nor divine, simply necessary. Some draw him asleep beneath mountains, dreaming the seasons. Others, half risen, his ribs made of forest canopy. Under each image runs a quiet caption. The world is breathing. Are we listening? Meanwhile, in scientific circles, meteorologists speak of atmospheric feedback, biologists of symbiotic respiration. None of them know they're reciting the theology of Sumer in empirical form. The planet adjusts, one climatologist says, as though it has memory, breath, balance, all words from the same mythic root. Back in the museum, the researcher closes her laptop and sits in the dimness. Through the window, she can see the Euphrates winding like an old scar through the city lights. She thinks of Humbaba, of Gilgamesh, of the Cedar Forest burned and reborn. "Maybe the gods didn't punish us," she whispers. "Maybe they just left us the homework." The thought feels half blasphemy, half truth. She locks the door, switches off the light, and steps outside. The wind greets her, dry, warm, insistent. It smells faintly of dust and something older. She inhales, holds it, then lets it go slowly. Somewhere, she imagines, the earth exhales with her. Rhetorical echo. What would it mean to guard the breath again? That night, as wind crosses the plains, it carries with it every name ever given to the guardian. Humbaba, Hubab, Huwawa, Himbaba, breath, balance, memory. It whispers them through the reeds, over the river, into the ruins. Each name falls into silence, yet the rhythm remains. In that rhythm lies the truest survival story humanity has ever told. Not of conquest, but of return. And in the spaces between heartbeats, between inhale and exhale, the old cedar forest still stirs. Dawn creeps across the ruins like slow fire, gilding every shard of brick and bone. The Euphrates gleams in the distance, thin as a scar, and the desert breathes in tandem with the river, expanding, contracting. That ancient rhythm, the one the Sumerians carved into hymn and omen, is everywhere now, even in silence. In a nearby village, a man wakes before sunrise to feed his goats. The air is cool, clean, heavy with the faint smell of rain. He cups his hands around his mouth and exhales warmth into the air, then laughs softly at the steam that hangs there. His father used to say that this is how the gods count men, by their breath visible at dawn. 1,000 miles away, in a climate-controlled vault in Paris, a curator opens a drawer labeled Near Eastern Antiquities. Inside rests the bronze face of Humbaba. Every morning she checks the humidity sensor, adjusts the temperature, and for a moment stares into those ancient eyes. The coils of the beard gleam faintly in the sterile light. Sometimes she swears the metal moves, not visibly, but energetically, as though remembering. She tells herself it's imagination. But when she exhales near the glass, the condensation patterns mimic the whirls of the mask's design, loops and spirals, exactly like breath. Rhetorical hook. How long can a symbol wait before it becomes alive again? The modern world, for all its noise, still revolves around that same invisible miracle. Every factory, every car, every fire, every word we speak, all convert air to energy. The same cycle that once lived inside Humbaba's 7 auras now hums in the arteries of civilization. We live inside the body of the guardian without noticing, and the guardian perhaps lives inside us. Environmental scientists speak of planetary respiration. When they graph it, CO2 rising, falling, pulsing, the curve looks eerily biological, like a lung's waveform. The Earth itself inhales during northern spring and exhales during autumn. In presentations, they call it the breath of the biosphere. They never mention that this phrase first appeared, translated awkwardly, on a Sumerian tablet. The ancients named it Z, breath that means both life and spirit. The tablet's inscription says, "When the Z slows, the gods gather in council." No scholar knows precisely what it meant. Perhaps it was warning, perhaps faith. In those lines, the past still speaks to the present, the same plea disguised as story. At a university lecture in New York, an Assyriologist displays Humbaba's image beside satellite photos of deforestation. What we once called the guardian's curse, she tells her students, was simply the ecological backlash of empire. The myth remembers what the records forgot. She pauses. And yet, she adds softly, there's something else. Empathy, maybe. The story mourns. One student raises his hand. Do you think the myth could still teach us anything? She looks at him and smiles. Only everything. Half a world away, a filmmaker shoots a documentary titled The Breath That Remains. The opening scene shows wind through cedars under starlight. A narrator reads from a clay fragment. He guarded the forest that the gods loved until the forest loved him back. The film ends with a close-up of a single seedling pushing through ash. The critics call it minimalist, elegiac. But among the forests where it's shown, saplings are planted in Humbaba's name. The story moves again through action. Meanwhile, the last wild cedars of Lebanon cling to the upper slopes of Mount Lebanon. Snow falls around them in soft drifts. Botanists visiting in winter note how wind funnels through their trunks with a deep, low resonance, almost musical. Some claim that standing among them, you can feel the vibration in your ribs, like a shared lung. Locals call that sound Hababa, the whisperer. They don't know it's a corruption of the ancient name. They simply know it means the one who breathes. One evening, during a field study, a young ecologist camps among those trees. In the dark, she hears that low vibration and records it on her phone. When she plays it back later, the audio peaks form 7 repeating waves, 7 pulses per minute. She prints the graph, pins it to her wall, and writes beneath it, "The 7 auras, a myth turned frequency, faith turned data, breath turned proof." At night, she dreams of a forest whose roots glow with fire, and a giant made of wind kneels beside her, pressing a finger to his lips. She wakes crying, without knowing why. Elsewhere, artists return to the guardian's face. In Tokyo, a sculptor 3D prints the mask using recycled plastic collected from ocean waste. He calls it the breath reclaimed. The installation plays recordings of real wind from 7 countries, 7 breaths uniting the planet. When visitors walk near, sensors trigger a warm draft that feels like exhalation. Children laugh, frightened and delighted. Adults stand longer, silent, contemplative. The air feels personal again. In Baghdad, at the same time, a teacher reads the Epic of Gilgamesh to her students. She stops before the Cedar Forest section and asks, "Do you think Gilgamesh was brave or foolish?" A boy raises his hand. "Both. Brave to go, foolish to forget why the forest mattered." The teacher smiles. That's all the myth ever wanted, to be remembered correctly. And still, the winds shift. Dust storms sweep across the Tigris plain. Some blame climate change, others, bad luck. But a few of the older farmers shake their heads. "The guardian is reminding us," they say. "The breath must stay balanced." In every age, the story reforms around the same heart. A poet in Basra writes, "We broke the cedar for our houses, and the wind moved in. Now we build walls against it. But the breath remembers the door." His poem circulates online, translated into dozens of languages. Readers comment with cedar emojis, wind symbols, hearts. For a brief moment, an ancient Sumerian warning becomes a digital prayer. Later that year, at a reforestation ceremony in Lebanon, thousands gathered to plant young cedars. The president calls it a national revival. The clergy call it atonement. Someone plays a recording of that same poem through loudspeakers, and when the crowd falls quiet, the wind rises through the mountains, brushing every branch. It sounds like applause. A child asks her father, "Is that the guardian?" He looks up at the darkening sky and says, "Maybe." Or maybe it's us learning to breathe again, because somewhere between myth and memory, the two are no longer separate. That night, a breeze rolls down from the high ridges. Slow, steady, patient. It touches the seedlings, the old stumps, the hands that planted them. Each exhale feels like restoration. The breath continues. The balance tilts, then rights itself, and in the sound of the wind through newborn cedar leaves, there's no fear anymore, only recognition. The year turns, the wind shifts, and the seedlings on Mount Lebanon root deeper into the soil. Their trunks thicken, their scent sharpens, and when the mist clears at dawn, the mountains glow faintly gold, the same hue the Sumerians once called divine breathlight. Local farmers swear the new trees hum in unison when storms approach. Scientists record it as acoustic resonance between trunks. Villagers say it's the guardian returning to sing. Thousands of miles away, in a high-rise overlooking London, a climate historian prepares a lecture titled "From Humbaba to the Anthropocene." On her screen, satellite data flickers beside a line from Tablet 5 Gilgamesh. "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods." She reads the line aloud, her voice trembling slightly. "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods," she repeats. then turns to the graph showing carbon exchange between atmosphere and biosphere. Identical curves separated by millennia. She closes her laptop and whispers to herself, "We've been here before." Rhetorical hook. How many times must a warning repeat before it becomes instinct? At the conference, she begins not with data, but story. She tells the scholars of the king who cut down the sacred trees, of the guardian who breathed storms into being, and of the curse that was not revenge, but memory. "We thought we killed superstition," she says. But perhaps superstition was science spoken in poetry. The room goes quiet. The slide behind her glows with an image of a cedar forest, the last remaining grove. The caption reads simply, "Still breathing." Across continents, the story stirs again. In Lebanon, park rangers begin marking ancient trunks with small copper plates, engraved with lines from the Epic. Tourists touch the words as though touching scripture. "Let the forest be our breath." In classrooms, teachers recite Humbaba's tale alongside Darwin and Newton, calling it the first moral of ecology. A child raises his hand and asks, "So the monster wasn't bad?" "No," the teacher answers. "He was balance, and balance frightens those who want everything." The old myth becomes curriculum. Meanwhile, in Baghdad, the curator who once polished the bronze mask retires. On her last day, she leaves a note for her successor. "When you clean the case, breathe gently." He listens. The note, tucked beneath the display, stays there for years. Visitors sometimes report feeling sudden warmth near the glass, or hearing faint vibration like the hum of wind through narrow halls. A journalist covering the phenomenon writes an article titled, "The Mask That Breathes." It trends for a week online, spawning documentaries, debates, and memes. Yet behind the viral noise, something quiet shifts. People begin reading about the Epic of Gilgamesh. Bookstores sell out of translations. On social media, the hashtag, "A Guardian of Breath," appears, used not by historians, but by environmental groups campaigning to protect old forests. Within months, activists worldwide adopt the mask's image as emblem. They paint it on protest banners, stencil it on concrete walls, print it on shirts made from recycled fibers. A movement that began with myth becomes global symbol. At one march in Berlin, tens of thousands walk in silence, each holding a cedar branch. At a queue, they all exhale together, one massive, visible breath into the cold air. Cameras capture it, the fog of human breath rising like morning mist. A single moment of unity between lungs and sky. Later that year, a journalist in Baghdad interviews an old woodworker who crafts replicas of Humbaba's face from olive wood. "Why do people still want this?" she asks. The craftsman smiles. "Because every home needs a reminder not to own too much." He carves another line around the mask's mouth. The curls form what could be teeth, could be breath. "He is not angry," the man adds. "He's tired of holding his breath for us." Across the Atlantic, in a university art museum, students build an installation of 7 hanging orbs, one for each of Humbaba's auras. Each sphere emits a soft tone tuned to planetary frequencies: wind, ocean, magma, thunder, animal heartbeats, rustling leaves, and finally, human respiration. When visitors enter, the tones harmonize into a single chord. A plaque reads, "The breath of the world, an interpretation of the guardian song." In the stillness of that room, people fall silent. Some close their eyes. Some cry. One child asks her mother, "Is it alive?" Her mother answers, "It's listening." The myth has become mirror again. this time reflecting not fear but care. Meanwhile, the planet continues its slow exhale. Wildfires rage in one hemisphere, floods drown another. News headlines speak of catastrophe, yet within them hums the same ancient rhythm. Destruction birthing awareness, awareness birthing renewal. An essay in Nature magazine quotes directly from the epic, "He who fells the tree fells himself." The author calls it the oldest environmental law on record. At the United Nations Climate Assembly, a speaker from Iraq holds up a small cedar sprig. "In our oldest story," she says, "the first hero met the first guardian and learned too late that power without reverence is ruin." We tell that story again, not as legend, but as instruction. The room for once is silent. Outside, a wind sweeps through New York's skyscrapers, whistling between glass towers like breath caught in a flute. Streetlights flicker. Pedestrians look up, startled by the sudden gust that feels purposeful, almost communicative, somewhere far away in the mountains of Lebanon. That same wind passes through the cedars, old and new alike, and the branches sway as though answering. The circle has closed again. In every age, Humbaba's voice returns, not in words but in balance restored. His curse was never death. It was the demand to remember. Night settles. Across the world, billions of humans sleep. Their breathing sinking unconsciously with waves, with forests, with the earth's own pulse. In that rhythm, the guardian still works, quiet, invisible, unthanked, and for a moment the world almost hears him again. Somewhere deep in the folds of Mount Lebanon, the wind changes tone. The air that once screamed through naked slopes now moves gently through green. The youngest cedars, barely a decade old, already cast thin shadows across the rocks. Their roots dig downward, threading through bones of older trees long turned to dust. Reaching into memory, a ranger walking the ridge pauses, listening. He swears he hears a low murmur beneath the rustle of branches, as if hundreds of voices breathe in unison below the soil. It's only wind, he tells himself, but he leaves his hat off and bows anyway. The custom persists, older than scripture. When the forest breathes, you remove what covers you. That night, the ranger dreams of a man carved from smoke, face coiled like bark, eyes full of quiet sadness. The figure says nothing, only raises a hand as if to hush him or to remind him to listen. When he wakes, the sound of wind still hums inside his ears. In another part of the world, a child in São Paulo writes a school essay about Humbaba, the first forest ranger. She's read about him online, fascinated by a mask whose beard looks like leaves. Her teacher, smiling, pins the essay to the bulletin board. "The monster who guarded trees," the caption reads, and so the guardian lives again, reborn in the language of children. Rhetorical hook. If a myth survives through innocence, does it become holy again? In every culture touched by the story, his name morphs once more. In Korea, he becomes Humban, a mountain spirit. In Brazil's syncretic folklore, he merges with an African wind god, protector of the forest floor. In modern Mesopotamia, farmers simply call him Al-Nafas, the breath. Not a person, but a presence that moves through all green things. Meanwhile, technology, that new form of myth, begins to document what the ancients once felt. Sensors in the Amazon reveal forests producing inaudible sounds as drought worsens, low pulses, measurable pressure waves. Scientists call them xylem vibrations, caused by trees pulling air through dry vessels. To a poet, They sound like lungs gasping. To an old priest of Nippur, had he lived to hear them, they would sound like prayer. Articles call it the forest's heartbeat. Few realize that's precisely how the Sumerians described Humbaba's mountain. The heart that beats for the gods. In an age obsessed with proof, faith returns disguised as data. At the United Nations Biodiversity Forum, a delegation from Iraq brings a replica of Humbaba's mask to display beside global climate charts. The plaque reads, 4,000 years ago, we knew. Delegates walk past with briefcases and translation earpieces, but many pause longer than expected. One young diplomat runs his finger across the inscription. He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods, he murmurs, then adds quietly, maybe we're the gods now, and doing a poor job of it. His words circulate online, quoted, meme-ified, reprinted on protest placards. The mask's face begins appearing again, not in museums, but in street murals from Bogota to Bangkok. In some, Humbaba's eyes are blue like Earth from space. In others, they're mirrors reflecting the viewer. Beneath each, a single phrase. Remember the breath. The image travels faster than any caravan ever did. In Baghdad, a group of schoolchildren visits the museum. Their teacher leads them to the bronze mask behind glass. One boy presses his palms against the case and whispers, "Thank you." When they leave, the humidity gauge flickers up half a degree. The curator, still superstitious, smiles. He likes visitors, she says. Across the world, a Lebanese musician composes a 7-part symphony called Melamu, the 7 auras. Each movement represents one of Humbaba's breaths: thunder, water, flame, dust, calm, growth, and silence. The final movement fades into near inaudibility, forcing the audience to lean forward, straining to hear. Only when the last note dissolves into air does the conductor lower his hands. The hall remains silent for 30 seconds, the audience afraid to break the spell. Critics call it a symphony that makes you listen to absence. Meanwhile, in laboratories, scientists continue mapping atmospheric cycles. They find that the planet's oxygen concentration fluctuates subtly every 6 years, a rhythm still unexplained. One researcher jokes, maybe the old guardian still breathes. The team laughs, but someone scribbles the phrase on the whiteboard and leaves it there for months. By now, the story has become less myth and more lens. People use it to describe everything: climate systems, social balance, even digital overload. We killed Humbaba again, a tech ethicist writes, when we forgot to pause between inputs. His essay trends online for a week, tagged Narn the Seventh Aura. In cafes and classrooms, people begin speaking of breathing space, not as metaphor, but as commandment. Small rituals emerge: workplaces scheduling breath minutes, cities planting cedar groves as balance parks. Nobody calls it worship, but the air grows gentler where it's practiced. And in those groves, whether by design or coincidence, the wind always finds its way through. One evening in Beirut, a young artist sets up a projector against an old stone wall. Onto it, she casts a slow-moving image of Humbaba's face, not terrifying, but luminous, translucent as smoke. Around it, she writes in Arabic, "He guarded the air of the gods. Now it guards us." Passers-by stop, take photos, whisper blessings. Some leave flowers at the base of the wall. The next morning, the city council quietly decides to preserve the mural. Half a world away, a storm rolls across California. Lightning ignites the hills. Fire devours thousands of acres. Amid the ash, One hiker finds a single cedar tree untouched, standing green in a sea of black. The air around it smells of resin and rain. He kneels, overwhelmed, and says aloud without knowing why, "Forgive us." The forest answers with wind. When he tells the story later, it spreads online. Another echo, another breath. Commenters call it miracle, coincidence, or myth come home. It doesn't matter. What matters is that for a few moments, millions stop scrolling and inhale, because perhaps that was always the guardian's wish. Not worship, not fear, but awareness. At midnight, over the silent ruins of Uruk, the desert wind passes like slow thunder. It moves through broken ziggurats, across empty fields, down the old riverbeds where reeds still whisper. To the night birds, it's just air. To those who listen, it's speech. It says, "I am still here." And for once, humanity listens without interrupting. Midwinter. The cedars sleep beneath frost. Thin crystals form on their needles, catching the first light and scattering it in slow halos. From a distance, the mountain seems to glow, the same unearthly shimmer once described on clay tablets as the breathlight of Humbaba. Local shepherds call it the halo of forgiveness. They don't know the etymology, but they bow when it appears. One of them, a man named Jamil, carries an old transistor radio everywhere he goes. He listens to weather reports while tending goats. The static, he says, sounds like wind talking. One dawn, as he crosses the ridge, the signal distorts into a rhythmic pulse. 7 soft beats, pause, then 7 again. He stops walking. "Guardian," he whispers. "Are you counting?" In another country, half a world away, a digital archivist decodes high-resolution scans of Sumerian tablets. She enhances infrared images and notices faint markings between the lines, almost invisible scratches. When mapped, they form looping spirals. At first, she assumes they're random, but a physicist friend runs the pattern through an algorithm and discovers it matches wind turbulence models recorded in modern deserts. "How could they have known this?" she asks. Her friend smiles. "Maybe they didn't calculate it. Maybe they listened." Rhetorical hook. When did knowledge stop sounding like attention? The discovery makes small headlines. Ancient art reflects natural wind physics. Yet beneath the academic language hides something extraordinary. The ancients had captured breath in symbol before instruments could. Humbaba's 7 winds were not superstition. They were field work in sacred form. At a museum in Tokyo, an exhibition titled "The Breath Before Language" displays the original mask, borrowed from Paris. The curators used directional fans to make soft currents of air move through the gallery, carrying the scent of cedar and desert dust. Visitors walk among the gusts as if through ghostly lungs. One plaque reads, "He was not slain, he dispersed." Children press their faces to the airflow and giggle. Adults linger longer, eyes wet. For some, the experience feels confessional. They exit into the city's cold night as if leaving a temple. Meanwhile, in laboratories elsewhere, researchers develop breathing architecture, buildings that adjust ventilation like living organisms. One team names their prototype Project Humbaba. Their design brief begins with a quote from the Epic: "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods." Engineers call it poetic branding, but the lead designer insists it's functional reverence, and perhaps it is. Cities grow denser, warmer, louder. People crave quiet. They start flocking to what the press calls breath sanctuaries, small gardens designed around cedar, wind chimes, and silence. Meditation apps quote Sumerian lines in soothing voices. Inhale the memory, exhale the harm. The boundary between ancient myth and mindfulness marketing blurs, but the core remains. Breath as covenant. On Mount Lebanon, a research team plants sensors to measure carbon uptake from the regenerated cedar groves. When wind passes through, the readings fluctuate rhythmically. 7 repeating intervals per gust. The scientists laugh at the coincidence, but keep recording. One of them murmurs, "If this were a story, it would mean something." The older technician nearby answers, "It already does." Far below, at the foot of the mountain, school children perform a play titled The Guardian of Breath. The script, adapted from the Epic of Gilgamesh, ends not with battle, but with apology. The actor playing Gilgamesh kneels and says, "Forgive me for mistaking you for enemy." The one playing Humbaba, face painted with swirling lines, touches the king's forehead and replies, "When you breathe, I forgive." Parents applaud. Some weep without knowing why. Later, a local journalist writes, "Perhaps the world's oldest story is finally getting its ending right." In universities, theology students debate whether Humbaba fits within definitions of God, angel, or demon. One professor suggests a new category, custodian. "He didn't rule creation," she says. "He remembered it." Philosophers adopt the term. Custodial metaphysics becomes shorthand for the idea that existence sustains itself through guardianship, that survival equals memory maintained. It's an elegant rediscovery of Sumerian cosmology, wrapped in modern thought. Artists begin referencing it too. In a Paris gallery, a sculptor constructs a giant lung made of cedar slats. It expands and contracts via hidden machinery, releasing a faint sound of wind. The plaque reads simply, "Humbaba's breath, recycled." One visitor, a botanist, places her hand against the wooden rib. It's warm. She feels her pulse syncing with the machine's rhythm. Tears blur her vision. "It's alive," she whispers. The guard on duty nods. "Yes," he says, "and so are we." Rhetorical echo. What if being alive has always meant remembering the breath between us? That night, a winter storm strikes the Levant. From Beirut to Damascus, people hear strange harmonies in the wind, deep, resonant tones like distant chanting. Audio engineers record it, identifying 7 overlapping frequencies. News outlets call it the singing storm. A meteorologist laughs on air. Atmospheric coincidence. But in the mountain villages, old men shake their heads. "No," they say. He's tuning the air again. The following morning, skies clear. Snow covers the cedars in white dust. The villagers climb the ridges to check for damage and find none. Not a single branch broken. Instead, the snow lies sculpted in precise spirals, 7 concentric circles curling outward from each trunk. Photographs of the phenomenon spread online. Some claim hoax, others divine sign. But the images are undeniable. Perfect rings of breath frozen into snow. A historian writes in a commentary column, "Humbaba has never left. He simply waited until our silence was loud enough to hear him." By nightfall, the photos have circled the globe. People step outside their apartments and listen for wind, half expecting song. When the breeze arrives, gentle, steady, unremarkable, they smile anyway, because the idea has taken root. The world might still forgive us if we remember to breathe with it. In Uruk's ruins, the air remains dry and still. Yet when dusk falls, a single gust sweeps through the empty streets, stirring dust into a spiral. For a heartbeat, it seems to pulse, Inhale, exhale, then scatter softly back to earth. No one sees it. But the land feels lighter, as though something old has unclenched its fist. The guardian, it seems, has begun to rest. Spring arrives early that year. The cedars open their new buds weeks ahead of schedule, and the scent spreads far down into the valleys. Resin, cold rain, faint smoke. People in the villages call it the breath returning. The old ones swear it's a good sign. The guardian is awake, but gentle. In Beirut, a museum mounts a new exhibition titled Uruk, Breath of the First City. The curators arrange the artifacts so that visitors walk from dark to light, from clay tablets to bronze masks, to seedlings growing in illuminated glass boxes. The path ends with a single inscription projected on the wall. He guarded the air of the gods. Who guards it now? Rhetorical hook. Every age finds itself standing before that question. During the opening ceremony, the director reads aloud a letter found among the museum's archives, written by an archaeologist in the 1920s who first uncovered Humbaba's mask. The letter ends with one quiet line. If myth is the earth remembering itself, then each generation must learn the language again. The audience falls silent. The air conditioning hum sounds almost like wind. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers east, in the deserts of Central Asia, a dust storm sweeps across the steppe. Satellite imagery captures its formation. 7 distinct spirals merging into one great plume. Online, meteorologists post it as a curiosity. Mythographers share it with another caption. He still counts the winds. In Northern Europe, a composer hears the recordings of that storm and writes a choral piece around its frequencies. She titles it Humbaba's Lament. 40 voices rise and fall in waves, mimicking inhalation and exhalation. When performed in a cathedral, the sound fills the vaults like a living tide. Audience members later describe feeling breathed through. Critics call it sacred minimalism. The composer calls it memory work. At the same time, an Iraqi filmmaker releases a short documentary called The Guardian's Mask. It shows farmers in the south rebuilding irrigation canals and planting reeds, the same reed beds once fed by the Euphrates. Over the footage, the narrator recites a line from the epic. The forest held back the flood. The flood forgot its forest. The closing shot lingers on the river, shimmering in sunset light. For a moment, the reflection forms a pattern of 7 concentric ripples and fades. The film wins awards abroad. In Iraq, villagers simply nod. We know that story. Back in the ruins of Uruk, excavations continue. Archaeologists uncover a chamber beneath the ziggurat, a vault sealed with clay bricks bearing both Sumerian and later Akkadian inscriptions. The translation astonishes them. It is not prayer, not curse, but oath. Let breath guard stone. Let memory guard man. Let no king forget the wind that built his walls. They realized the ancients had literally buried the covenant beneath their city, a contract between human and air, the oldest environmental charter on record. The news spreads worldwide. Newspapers call it the first green law. Scholars publish analyses linking it to modern climate accords. Politicians quote it in speeches. For a brief moment, it feels as if myth and policy share the same breath. In universities, theology departments invite climatologists to guest lecture on the moral atmosphere. A new field emerges, mythoecology, studying how ancient stories encoded sustainable behavior. Humbaba becomes its patron figure, half mascot, half oracle. At the opening of an academic conference in Geneva, the lights dim. A recording plays, the sound of wind through cedars, low and steady. Then a voice recites, "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods. The gods have left, but the forest remains." The applause that follows is quiet, reverent. On the same evening, in the mountains of Lebanon, lightning strikes a solitary cedar. Fire climbs its trunk, roaring like furnace. Villagers race uphill with buckets and prayers. Rain arrives at the last minute, dousing the flames. When dawn comes, the tree stands blackened but alive. Its branches still hold needles, steaming in sunlight. An elder touches the trunk and murmurs, "He won't let his children die." Journalists later describe the event as the miracle cedar. Scientists analyze the bark and find that resin trapped the heat before it could reach the core. The headline reads, "Saved by breath," but the locals already know the truth in simpler form. The guardian exhaled. Rhetorical echo. If every act of forgiveness feels like wind, who's breathing through it? In the following months, storms calm, harvests improve, and a sense of quiet gratitude ripples through the region. People resume the old custom, offering a single exhale before felling wood, planting, or building. They call it the remembering. One afternoon, a group of school children visiting Uruk's ruins stumble upon a hollow in the sand. Inside lies a stone fragment etched with half-erased kunai form. Their guide brushes it clean. The words, once translated, read, "When man forgets, wind will remind." The teacher smiles. "You see," she says, "the world always writes back." Elsewhere, digital artists transform Humbaba into living code. An AI installation titled Project Breathkeeper renders real-time climate data as moving air currents across a virtual face. As CO2 levels rise, the Guardian's expression darkens. When forests regrow, it softens. The program speaks once every 24 hours in a synthetic whisper. Balance returns through breath. Millions tune in nightly, a lullaby of accountability. The line between machine and myth blurs. Humanity, ever inventive, gives the old wind a new mouth. And through all of it, policy, art, ritual, algorithm, the same undercurrent persists. A hum beneath the noise, subtle but steady. It threads through engines and turbines, through the lungs of singers and the soft sigh of trees at dusk. It moves through human sleep, aligning heartbeats with atmosphere. It is the breath of continuity, ancient and indifferent, but also tender. Humbaba no longer needs worshippers. The world itself has become his temple. As night falls across the Tigris plain, a hot breeze stirs the reeds. Somewhere beneath the sand, air passes through old tunnels and chambers, moaning softly. A researcher nearby looks up from her camp chair and smiles. "He's still here," she whispers. Then she listens, truly listens. And for a long moment, she cannot tell where her breath ends and the wind begins. The age of satellites watches the breath. Orbiting instruments record every exhalation of the Earth. CO2 rising in winter, falling in spring. The pattern is called the Keeling curve, but to anyone who's ever read the old tablets, it looks like poetry disguised as math. Each oscillation is a lung, a relic rhythm older than machines. A young climatologist from Basra, studying those oscillations, keeps a cedar twig on her desk. It was taken from the slopes of Mount Lebanon during a student exchange. When she finishes a model run, she touches the twig and whispers, "Breathe steady." She learned that from her grandmother, who still begins every meal with the same line. Without breath, no bread. Across the sea in Italy, a historian prepares a new translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh. She decides not to render Humbaba as monster or ogre. Her note to readers explains, in the original Sumerian, Huwawa means guardian. The word root hue relates to air, to vapor, to living force. This was never a tale of conquest. It was a parable of balance. Her translation sells widely. School curriculums begin to include the story under the heading Early Environmental Thought. Children recite lines once whispered by priests. He who fells the tree fells himself, rhetorical hook. When myth becomes lesson plan, does that mean we've finally heard it, or only memorized it? Meanwhile, in the quiet of Uruk's archaeological site, another discovery emerges. Beneath a layer of compacted clay, workers uncover a limestone tablet no larger than a hand. It bears 7 carved spirals arranged around a single hollow circle. The inscription below reads, "Breath binds heaven and dust." Carbon dating confirms it. 3rd millennium BCE. A full millennium before the written epic. The concept of the breath, the covenant between man and world, was older than Gilgamesh himself. Museums reproduce the symbol worldwide. Some wear it as pendant, others as tattoo. In protests and pilgrimages alike, it becomes shorthand for stewardship. The spiral of breath joins flags and phone wallpapers alike, its meaning as simple as survival. In Lebanon, the oldest cedar grove opens a visitor trail named Path of the 7 Winds. Every turn is marked by a verse translated from Sumerian. The last plaque reads, "Do not worship the wind. Breathe with it." Tourists stop to take pictures. Some leave small stones in circles at the trail's end. When gusts roll through the valley, they whistle between the rocks, producing tones of uncanny harmony. Guides call it coincidence. Locals call it proof. Half a world away, environmental scientists launch Project Humbaba, an initiative to plant 7 forests across 7 continents. Each grove is to serve as breath bank, absorbing carbon while preserving myth. In press photos, world leaders stand before a banner bearing the guardian's mask stylized into clean geometry. Less monster, more mandala. At the dedication of the first grove in Kenya, a child reads aloud from a translation of the epic. When the wind turned, the city breathed together. The crowd falls silent, and then the wind actually turns, rustling the new saplings. The cameras capture the motion. The footage loops for days on news channels, proof of harmony, or chance, or both. Later that night, the project's coordinator writes in her journal, "Maybe the world likes to be thanked. Back in the Middle East, the Euphrates runs lower every year. Dams, drought, and heat gnaw at its edges. Farmers dig deeper wells. Some abandon their land. In one dry season, a young boy walking near the riverbed finds shards of baked clay poking from the sand. He brings them home to his grandfather, who cleans them gently. They turn out to be parts of a broken tablet, half of a word still visible. Z. Breath. The old man weeps. "It's his sign," he says. He remembers where he was born. He buries the fragment again, saying softly, "Let him sleep," rhetorical echo. What if remembrance itself is enough prayer? In Baghdad, the bronze mask undergoes conservation. Infrared scans reveal microscopic scratches along its surface, forming faint wave patterns, 7 repeating arcs. The lab report calls them tool marks or decorative engraving. The technician writing it hesitates before filing. He adds a private note. Pattern resembles airflow modeling. Unlikely to be accident, the museum decides to keep the artifact displayed as before, under glass and soft light. Visitors queue to see it, each leaving behind a trace of their own humidity. Every breath fogs the case, and for a second, the ancient face vanishes behind a living vapor, guarded, veiled, alive. Every night, the cleaning crew wipes away the condensation, restoring clarity, and every morning, it returns. A poet who works part-time in that museum writes a verse inspired by it. The monster waits behind our breath, not for worship, only for warmth. He guards the fog between us and the mirror. The poem circulates online. Readers add their own verses beneath it. Haikus, sonnets, prayers, jokes. The comment thread becomes its own living ritual. Breath turned text, turned breath again. Meanwhile, environmentalists celebrate measurable progress. New cedars planted, emissions curbed in small degrees. The world is still fragile, but momentum shifts. The breath steadies, one journalist writes, and in those same mountains where the story began, the wind moves differently now. It carries less dust, more seed. Forest rangers note new bird species returning. The ground hums faintly when stepped upon, as if hollow with resonance. One kneels, pressing his ear to the soil. "It's singing again," he whispers. Night falls, and through the valleys roll 7 gusts, one after another. Slow, sequential, gentle. Meteorologists call them pressure waves from an ocean storm far away. Villagers call them the guardian's count. Each gust bends the cedar boughs once, twice, then releases them upright again, like the world bowing in rhythm. No one writes it down this time. They simply breathe together, because the lesson has outlived the language, because breath, once shared, is already prayer. By midsummer, the cedar groves stand so dense that wind moves through them like an instrument. Whisper in, resonance out. The villagers joke that the mountains now play their own weather. But to those who have listened long enough, the sound is not random. It repeats in a rhythm, 7 rising notes, 1 long exhale. The same cadence carved into tablets 5 millennia before. An elder named Sammy sits outside his house, eyes half closed, listening. "He's teaching us to keep time again," he says. "Everything fell apart when we forgot how to listen." Halfway across the planet, an art historian in Berlin finalizes a major exhibition, The Breath and the Boundary. She spent a decade tracing the transformation of Humbaba's image from Mesopotamian tablet to Gothic cathedral to environmental poster. Her opening speech begins, "This is not a story of monsters. This is a story of lungs." The audience laughs softly, then falls silent when she projects an image of the keeling curve beside a clay seal showing the 7 winds. The shapes are identical, rhetorical hook. How many times must science rediscover what myth already confessed? That same week, satellites detect a rare atmospheric event above the eastern Mediterranean, a giant circular pressure formation, perfectly symmetrical, lasting 12 minutes before dissipating. Meteorologists nickname it the breath. The phenomenon causes no harm, no storm. It's merely a pulse in the air itself, as though the atmosphere sighed. News channels cover it briefly, then move on. But in local villages, people gather outside to feel it. One woman says her scarf lifted as if the sky inhaled. Another claims her newborn stopped crying just as the wind changed direction. In Baghdad's museum, the humidity gauge around Humbaba's mask spikes during the same hour. Coincidence, say the scientists. Memory, say the poets. At a university conference later that year, a geographer quotes from the Epic, "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods." Then she adds, "The gods have gone, but the breath remains, and it keeps score." The room applauds, though not entirely from agreement. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the ranger Jamil, now older, his hair gray as dust, records wind patterns daily. He logs temperature, direction, resonance. On the final page of his notebook, he writes, "Each sound has echo. I think the forest keeps heartbeat. He dies that winter in his sleep, a gentle passing. When villagers bury him beneath a cedar sapling, a gust sweeps through the grove, bending every branch toward the east. For a moment, the entire forest seems to bow." Months later, hikers notice that the sapling at Jamil's grave grows twice as fast as others. They name it the Listener. Half a world away, digital artists create a simulation of Humbaba's face composed entirely of real-time atmospheric data. Its expression shifts with global CO2 fluctuations. The AI voice attached to it whispers once an hour in dozens of languages. "Remember to breathe with me." It becomes strangely popular as a meditation feed. Millions tune in before sleep, letting the voice merge with their own respiration. One reviewer writes, "It feels like someone older than the world is tucking me in." Rhetorical pause. Maybe that's what a guardian was always meant to be. In Lebanon, school children visit the mountain groves every spring. Their teachers tell them, "Each tree is an ancient word reborn." They place palms against bark and count the rings aloud, 50, 70, 100. When wind gusts through the canopy, the children fall quiet. One girl whispers, "He's counting with us." The teacher nods, then counts slower. In distant cities, environmental policy begins to quote myth unironically. A new international treaty on reforestation bears the preamble, "To guard the breath that guards us." Diplomats argue over the phrasing, but keep it. Somehow, it sounds right. When the treaty is signed, a photographer captures the exact moment a breeze ripples through the ceremonial flags. The image goes viral. Viewers remark that the folds of fabric resemble lungs. A philosopher comments online, "We began with war over wind. We end by signing air." Back in Uruk's ruins, excavation has long since stopped. The site is fenced off, half museum, half desert. Yet every few years, visitors claim to hear a low vibration underfoot, never recorded, never proven. A local caretaker explains, "That's just the wind moving through old tunnels." But he says it softly, respectfully, like one addressing an ancestor. Each evening, he lights a small brazier of cedar chips near the gate. "For the air to remember us," he says. When asked if he believes in the guardian, he smiles. It's not belief, it's politeness. Rhetorical echo. Perhaps civilization begins not with conquest, but with courtesy. By now, the myth has traveled so far that no one owns it. It exists as breath itself does, shared, unbordered, continuous. Songs, films, and protests borrow its image. Philosophers debate its meaning. Botanists quote its lines at the start of research papers. In private moments, during meditation, grief, or quiet awe, people all over the world find themselves murmuring a phrase they cannot trace. Breathe steady. They don't know they're reciting Sumerian prayer, and somewhere high above the Mediterranean, where the seven winds once collided, a flock of migrating birds turns south. Their flight forms a perfect spiral before scattering. Satellites record the pattern. One analyst, reviewing the footage, notes the uncanny symmetry and whispers, half joking, "He's still signing the sky." Night falls. The winds die down. For a few long minutes, the planet seems to rest between heartbeats. And in that pause, the space between inhale and exhale, the world feels ancient again. The same hush that once filled the Cedar Forest returns, reminding everything that still breathes of what it owes to what has breathed before. The guardian's curse was never vengeance. It was the patience of air, mourning. The air over the Mesopotamian plains shimmers like glass. For the first time in centuries, the horizon beyond Uruk shows a faint tint of green. Satellite images confirm what locals already know. Scrub, tamarisk, and young cedar are creeping back across the dust. The desert is learning to breathe again. In a tent pitched near the ruins, a team of restoration ecologists prepares their day's work. They aren't mystics. They are scientists armed with soil sensors, drones, and irrigation data. But on one of the instrument cases, someone has taped a printout of Humbaba's bronze face. For luck, the lead botanist jokes. Her Iraqi assistant replies quietly. For listening, they begin replanting with seedling trays grown from genetic samples of Lebanon cedars. A portable speaker hums low frequencies meant to mimic wind patterns, a modern take on the seven auras. The experiment measures how vibration affects growth. Results are pending, but even before the data arrives, everyone swears the seedlings seem calmer, their stems less fragile in the breeze. Rhetorical hook. Is it superstition when the method works? By noon, the wind picks up. Sand curls around the equipment, and the team pauses to cover the sensors. Through the grit, the botanist hears something, a tone, low and rhythmic, almost like chanting. She looks at her colleague. He hears it too. It's only wind, he says, though he doesn't sound certain. That night, their camp generator fails. They sit by lantern, eating quietly. The wind moves through the ruined ziggurat, creating long, hollow notes. Someone begins to hum along, one tone, then another, until all 7 members of the crew have joined, unintentionally recreating the ancient hymn. The sound is strange but peaceful, the way breathing feels after grief, the botanist writes in her field journal. It's not religion, it's recognition. In Beirut, a group of university students stream the sound recordings from Uruk as ambient music. They name their track "The Guardian Sleeps." It goes viral overnight. Comments flood in from listeners who describe feeling calmer, as though synchronized with something immense but kind. It sounds like the planet forgiving itself. One says, across Europe and Asia, environmental campaigns adopt the piece as background for public service announcements. On social media, the phrase "try and breathe with us" trends for days. It's meant to raise awareness for reforestation, but the subtext feels spiritual. People record themselves taking a deep breath beside trees, rivers, open windows. The simplest act becomes ritual again, rhetorical echo. Maybe salvation is as easy as remembering the inhale. Back in Iraq, the ecologists noticed the soil moisture readings improve faster than expected. When they compare data across the region, they realized the reclaimed plots follow a repeating cycle, moisture peaking every 7 days, dipping, then rising again. They nickname it the breath pattern. One of the older workers laughs. "The guardian's calendar," he says. Meanwhile, a group of school children visits the site. Their teacher translates a few lines from Gilgamesh into Arabic for them. "He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods," she reads aloud. "So when you plant a tree, remember, you guard the breath that guards you." The children kneel and pat soil around seedlings. The teacher notices some of them quietly exhaling toward the leaves. A small boy looks up. "Does he hear us?" The teacher smiles. Maybe he's the one breathing back. The wind answers with a soft push that ruffles everyone's hair. Elsewhere, scholars publish new analyses of the epic. One paper argues that Humbaba represents the first ecological ethic embedded in mythic structure. Another proposes a more radical reading, that Gilgamesh's killing of the guardian marks not sin, but awakening, humanity, realizing that to cut is to lose, and therefore to learn. The debate ignites conferences worldwide. For the first time in millennia, people argue passionately not about the gods, but about balance. In the background of these debates, the planet continues its slow inhalation. The ozone layer thickens, reforestation expands, wildlife corridors reconnect. It's not salvation yet, but it's direction. In Lebanon, rangers report that the miracle cedar, struck by lightning years before, now shelters 3 new saplings beneath its shade. Botanists note that lightning scar appears to channel rainwater directly into its roots. Nature, as always, remembers how to heal. An article in National Geographic runs with the headline, "The Breath Endures." Beneath it, a subheading reads, "From myth to science, how an ancient guardian still teaches us to listen." The opening paragraph describes villagers lighting incense beneath the cedar's trunk. They no longer pray for protection, the writer notes. They pray for patience. In the evenings, when the mountain air cools, the villagers gather and tell children the story anew, not as tragedy, but as reconciliation. There was once a man who killed the forest, an elder begins, and a guardian who forgave him by turning into the wind. The children know how it ends. The forest breathes again. That night, in the ruins of Uruk, wind sweeps through the valley carrying scents from hundreds of kilometers away. Rain, cedar resin, the faint sweetness of blooming reeds. Sensors in the archaeological site register the event as an anomalous cross-current. But for those who live nearby, it feels different. Windows flutter open, laundry sways, candles flicker sideways. The air smells alive. One woman steps outside and whispers toward the dark, "We're keeping our promise." The reply is silence. And then, very faintly, the sound of a single gust passing through broken walls, rising and falling like distant breath. In that moment, she understands that the myth never ended. It only changed scale. The guardian no longer dwells in mountains, but in atmospheres, woven through every exchange between sky and skin. As the wind fades, she inhales once, deeply, tasting resin on the air. Somewhere above, a satellite measures the shift in humidity, converts it into data, and sends it back to Earth. Scientists will graph it later, see another small curve on the global chart, and call it the Uruk Oscillation. But she knows what it is, the world breathing back. By the turn of the next decade, the phrase the Uruk Oscillation enters both textbooks and folklore. Climate scientists use it to describe subtle atmospheric pulses that seem to pass rhythmically over Mesopotamia every few months. Pilgrims, poets, and wanderers call it something else entirely. The guardian's breath. Every new recording follows the same sequence. 7 gusts, 1 pause, 7 again, and always after heavy rain. The instruments log air pressure, the people log meaning. In the ruins, tour guides begin timing their stories to those wind patterns. As each gust rolls through, they pause and point to the horizon, letting silence do the work. Tourists stand quietly, unsure why the moment feels sacred. "He's counting," a guide finally whispers. The crowd exhales together. That collective stillness becomes its own rite. No altars, no priests, only pause. In Beirut, the art museum reopens its long-restored gallery. The centerpiece is a new sculpture, a pair of enormous lungs made of interlaced cedar branches. The air pumped through them carries the faint smell of resin and earth. On the wall behind, projected in gold, appear the words, "He guarded the breath that guards us." Visitors walk between the lungs. When they inhale, motion sensors trigger a soft illumination through the wooden frame, light responding to life. It becomes one of the most visited installations in the Middle East. Reporters ask the artist whether she believes in Humbaba. "I don't believe," she answers. "I remember." Rhetorical hook. Perhaps faith is just memory that refuses to die. Meanwhile, an Iraqi novelist publishes a book called The Forest Remembers. It retells the entire Epic of Gilgamesh from Humbaba's perspective, not as villain, but as weary guardian. The final chapter describes his death not as defeat, but as transformation. He opened his lungs and became the wind. The book wins international awards. Reviewers call it a fable for the Anthropocene. High school students everywhere begin staging plays adapted from it. They paint their faces with green spirals and speak the closing line in unison. "Breathe with me." That same year, unprecedented heat waves sweep across Europe and Asia. Wildfires burn vast regions, filling skies with smoke. News anchors describe the atmosphere as choked. In interviews, survivors say the same words again and again. "We couldn't breathe." The old myth rises unbidden in those headlines, the ancient echo behind every new crisis. Environmental activists march carrying banners with Humbaba's face, not as symbol of despair, but warning. The slogan reads, "He guarded the air. Now we must." Rhetorical pause. When does inheritance become accountability? In Uruk, the research station expands. Solar panels glint across the dunes. The young botanist who first recorded the wind years ago now directs the site. She begins a new experiment, mapping soil microbes associated with the cedar roots. The samples show diversity unseen in decades. "He's rebuilding the choir," she says, half to herself. During one of her night shifts, she steps outside to check the instruments. The valley is quiet except for faint wind through reeds. She whispers into the dark, "You're still working, aren't you?" A single gust answers. It lifts the edge of her notebook and scatters a few pages. One catches against the ruins, plastered to ancient brick. The page shows a graph, a gentle wave of carbon exchange over time. It looks exactly like a lung's rhythm, she smiles. That's all the confirmation I need. Thousands of kilometers away, a team of oceanographers records similar periodic pulses beneath the sea, thermal currents moving with almost human cadence. They name the pattern Humbaba's current. When asked why, one researcher replies, "Because every myth begins with a sound someone couldn't explain." In classrooms, children learn the story anew. Long ago, people cut down the forest that kept the world alive. The guardian's body fell, but his breath rose into the sky. And that's what we breathe now. For the first time in centuries, the legend aligns with science instead of defying it. Religious scholars take interest too. An imam in Basra writes a sermon calling Humbaba the ancient servant of balance. A priest in Rome quotes him approvingly. A Buddhist monk translates the epic into verse, reciting, "All things that breathe, breathe one air." The guardian's name travels across faiths like the wind itself, invisible, impartial, necessary. In New York, an orchestra performs the Seven Auras Symphony. As the final movement fades into silence, the conductor lowers her baton and simply exhales into the microphone. The entire hall follows. Thousands of synchronized breaths. The sound rises like a tide, soft but immense. Critics later call it the quietest standing ovation in history. Back in Lebanon, rangers marked the return of wolves to the Cedar Forests, the first in over a century. The ecosystem is mending. When they play recordings of wind through the trees, the wolves tilt their heads as if answering. The ranger in charge writes in his log, "Balance does not mean stillness. It means conversation." Rhetorical echo. Maybe the world never stopped talking. We just forgot the language. That evening, a dust storm moves over Mesopotamia. Locals close shutters and secure lanterns. But this storm behaves strangely. Not violent, just steady, circular, sweeping outward rather than through. Hours later, it dissipates, leaving the ground polished clean. No property damaged, no lives lost. Farmers say afterward, it was like being brushed by a hand. Meteorologists list it as anomalous low-pressure system. Villagers know better. He came to check the fields, they say, and in the early morning calm that follows, the whole valley smells faintly of cedar. At dawn, when the light spills over Uruk's broken walls, the air feels almost weightless. Birds return to the reeds. The botanist kneels, presses her palm to the soil, and feels vibration. Deep, slow, constant. It isn't sound exactly, more like breathing remembered. She writes one final note in her journal. Perhaps immortality was never about life without end. Perhaps it was about breath without forgetting. Then she closes the book, stands, and watches dust rise into sunlight. The oldest prayer made visible once more. The seasons shift again, and for the first time in living memory, spring rain falls across the Euphrates without flood or drought. It arrives evenly, almost respectfully, soaking the soil, then retreating in calm intervals. Farmers call it the measured rain. Scientists measure it as perfect precipitation equilibrium. Statistically improbable, yet precise. At dawn, the botanist in Uruk wakes to the scent of wet earth and cedar drifting on the wind. The air feels different, lighter, as if someone had opened a window between centuries. She walks barefoot through the site, her footsteps darkening the sand, and realizes she can hear water trickling somewhere beneath the ruins. That's impossible. The ground here has been dry for decades. Still, the sound persists. Not a flood, but a heartbeat. She kneels and places her ear to the soil. It's not water. It's vibration, deep and slow, rising from below like a pulse. The same rhythm the wind once carried, now traveling through stone. Rhetorical hook. Can a myth breathe through architecture? Across the world, cities begin adopting the Uruk principle in urban planning, a design model based on natural airflow and proportional green space. Architects describe it as building for breath. The model's logo features Humbaba's spiraling mask stylized into a schematic lung. Billboards read, "Every wall should exhale." In Tokyo, a skyscraper opens with ventilating panels shaped like cedar leaves. In São Paulo, a subway system installs breathing stations that filter air through moss. Even in oil capitals, politicians quote the ancient epic to justify clean energy transitions. He guarded the forest that breathed for the gods, one minister says before Parliament. And we guard the cities that breathe for our children. No one laughs. The room goes quiet. Back on the plains, researchers studying soil microbiomes near Uruk make a surprising discovery. Spores dormant for thousands of years have revived. DNA sequencing shows species once thought extinct. The breath woke them, the botanist says simply. Her team submits the findings to Nature. The editors call it the Humbaba effect. Meanwhile, Anthropologists debate whether myth triggered the revival of ecological values or merely predicted it. One scholar writes, "Perhaps stories are not inventions but early senses, the world speaking before language evolved." In the rebuilt archives of Baghdad, a translator re-examines an overlooked tablet fragment. The faint cuneiform reads, "When the forest is forgotten, it hides inside man until he remembers." The translator sends the line to the botanist at Uruk. She tapes it to the door of her lab. Each time she enters, she touches it for luck or gratitude. Rhetorical echo. Maybe the guardian never waited in the forest. Maybe he waited in us. Late that summer, the Seven Forests Initiative reaches completion. Groves now stand on every continent. A synchronized ceremony is held, not grand, but intimate. Across time zones, people step outside at the same moment. Inhale once and exhale toward the wind. No speeches, just breath. Satellites record a measurable global fluctuation in atmospheric density, tiny but distinct. Later analysis confirms what instruments already suspected. The combined exhalations of billions of people altered local pressure fields for a full minute. The data appears in journals, half scientific marvel, half miracle. Social media calls it the planet's long breath. The botanist in Uruk watches the event on a laptop under the open sky. When the signal reaches her, the wind shifts eastward, stirring the cedars newly planted across the site. For a moment, she swears she hears laughter. Not mocking, but relieved. She says aloud, "We kept the promise." Her words vanish into the wind, but the reeds bow as if in agreement. Elsewhere, artists mark the moment. In London, choirs gather in open fields, singing in 7 tones matching global wind frequencies. In Kyoto, monks ring temple bells at intervals of 7 breaths apart. In Lagos, street musicians play reed flutes while children chant the ancient line, "Let the forest breathe for the gods." It feels spontaneous, but coordinated, as if something unseen conducts the world's tempo. That night, global news networks broadcast images of calm, forests swaying, waves pulsing, auroras rippling. Anchors speak quietly, reverently. For once, one says, the planet moved as one lung. In Uruk, the botanist stands at the edge of the ruins watching the stars. The desert air hums with a resonance she's learned to recognize. It's the same tone the ancients called Z. Breath, life, memory. She feels it in her chest, synchronized. For the first time, she understands what the old priests meant by binding the wind again. The guardian was never monster, never myth. Only the name we gave to the moment the world and man breathe at the same pace. She opens her notebook and writes her final field entry. At 22:47 local time, Uruk exhaled. The temperature rose 1 degree, then fell. The air was fragrant. The ruins glowed faintly in moonlight. I am certain this is the same breath they felt 5,000 years ago. Continuity confirmed. She signs it with a small drawing, 7 spirals circling a hollow center. Hours later, a gentle storm sweeps the plain. Rain whispers through the reeds, each droplet rhythmic, unhurried. From the distance, the wind rolls in slow waves, almost like chanting. The sensors record pressure shifts exactly 7 times before returning to baseline. When morning comes, the air smells of cedar again, and in the silence that follows, the world, all of it, seems to hold its breath, listening for whatever comes next. The following morning unfolds like a held note finally released. Clouds drift low and luminous over the plain. The Euphrates gleams in its meandering cradle. Farmers walking the fields pause to watch a haze of moisture rising from the ground, turning sunlight into pale gold. They say it looks like the breath of the earth itself. Gentle, forgiving. In the old city of Ur, archaeologists resume digging at a neighboring site. Beneath collapsed walls, they find a clay cylinder inscribed with 7 lines of text. When translated, it reads, "He who keeps the wind keeps memory. He who wounds the wind forgets his own name." The discovery makes the rounds of academic journals, but it travels faster through social networks, turned into digital calligraphy and hashtags. The ancient warning becomes a modern mantra. Keep the wind. Rhetorical hook. How does a civilization measure its breath before it runs out? By late summer, the Uruk research team gathers data showing unprecedented recovery of soil fertility. Grass and reeds reclaim the edges of the once barren flats. Birds return in flocks that cloud the horizon at dusk. The botanist writes in her report, "If this is coincidence, it's a benevolent one." Meanwhile, in European capitals, museums begin exchanging artifacts, bronze masks, clay tablets, fragments once scattered by conquest, so they can all be displayed together. A new exhibition title emerges, simple and universal, "The Breath." No colon, no subtitle. The curators agree that explanation would only diminish it. At the opening gala, a quiet moment precedes the speeches. The hall's ventilation system cycles, and a breeze passes through the crowd. Someone laughs nervously. Another guest closes their eyes, whispering, "He's here." The keynote speaker, an astrophysicist invited for perspective, begins with an unexpected sentence. "Every galaxy breathes collapse and expansion, the same rhythm we find in cedar and lung." For a second, even the hum of cameras falls silent. In Lebanon, a new tradition begins. On the last night of the year, villagers climb to the cedar groves carrying small lanterns. They light them, breathe once toward the flame, and hang them on the trees. The hillsides glow like constellations. From a distance, the pattern resembles twin lungs of light shining across the mountains. News agencies pick up the image. Soon, other countries adopt the ritual. Paper lanterns in parks, candles on balconies, lights in the windows of skyscrapers. It spreads without instruction, simply because it feels right. Each person exhales, offering their own breath to the turning of the year. Rhetorical echo. When did survival become ceremony again? At the Uruk station, the botanist watches the lights flicker on global feeds. Her team joins in, hanging small LED lamps along the cedar line. The wind passes through them, making a low, harmonic hum. The sound resembles the ancient flutes unearthed from tombs, music too old to have notation, yet instantly familiar. Later that night, a colleague notices a glow on the horizon. For a moment, everyone thinks it's lightning, but there's no storm. The light grows, soft and golden, expanding over the plain like a slow sunrise, though the moon is still high. Instruments record no anomaly, no increase in radiation or temperature, just light. It lasts exactly 7 minutes, then fades, leaving the team stunned and silent. One whispers, "He's counting again." No one laughs. They all stand still until the darkness returns to normal. Elsewhere, climate satellites capture an atmospheric shimmer above Mesopotamia at the same hour. The data resembles aurora patterns, but at much lower altitude, too low for magnetic interference. Analysts debate causes: upper air dust refraction, optical illusion, collective error. The world shrugs, as it always does with miracles. But on message boards and art forums, the event earns a simpler name: The eighth breath. People argue over the meaning. Was it completion? Renewal? The start of something else? The botanist refuses to speculate. She writes only this in her log. 7 is guardianship. 8 is trust. That night, she dreams she's walking through an endless cedar forest. The air hums with quiet music. In the distance, a figure of light moves between trees, broad-shouldered, half-human, half-wind. She tries to speak, but the figure lifts a hand and gestures gently for silence. When she wakes, the wind outside her tent carries a faint scent of resin. In the days that follow, a calm settles across the region. Even political tension seems to ease, as if exhaustion has given way to collective pause. Trade routes reopen. Villages long abandoned see new settlement. For the first time in decades, archaeologists and farmers share the same wells without dispute. A journalist visiting from Europe writes, "The Middle East breathes differently now, slower, deeper, without rage." In Uruk, tourists begin leaving offerings, not coins or prayers, but jars of clear water sealed with wax. The guides explain it as gratitude for breath, not superstition. "He gave us air," one says. "We give him calm," rhetorical whisper. Perhaps the world's last religion is gratitude itself. At sunset, the botanist stands at the site's edge. Wind moves through the reeds, carrying the same tone that once terrified and now comforts. She closes her eyes and whispers, "We remember." The air answers, curling around her hand. It feels neither hot nor cold, simply alive. In that moment, the ancient promise, "Let breath guard stone, let memory guard man," becomes literal again. The guardian's face dissolves into atmosphere, his name scattered but unforgotten. When night fully falls, Uruk glows faintly beneath the stars, not from electricity nor fire, but reflection. The sand itself illuminated by moisture, every grain catching the moonlight like particles of old bronze. For those who see it, the sight carries no fear, no omen, only serenity. A city breathing once more after 5,000 years of silence. Dawn rises pale over the new Uruk, the air smooth as glass. A breeze threads through the reeds, humming low against the ruins. The first workers of the day cross the site quietly, their footsteps muffled by sand softened with dew. Nobody speaks. The place feels awake on its own. In Baghdad, a museum courier prepares to deliver the bronze mask back to Uruk for permanent installation. The director's note attached reads simply, "Let him go home." The crate travels by road, guarded not by soldiers, but by scholars. When it arrives, the botanist supervises its placement inside a glass shelter built at the edge of the excavation. The mask is not polished. Its surface remains green and scarred, streaked by centuries of oxidation. When sunlight hits the bronze, the grooves shimmer faintly, as if breathing. She turns to her assistant. "No velvet, no spotlight," she says. "Let the wind do it." The curator agrees. They leave the shelter open on two sides so the air can move freely. Visitors stand before the relic, hair shifting in the faint current, and some swear the sound of their own breath sinks to an inaudible rhythm. Rhetorical hook. If reverence can be measured in silence, what does the world owe to air? News spreads quickly. Reporters describe the moment the artifact took a breath on arrival. In cities across the world, replicas begin appearing, not as trophies, but as reminders. In hospitals, meditation centers, even subway stations, Small bronze masks are installed beside vents and fans. A plaque accompanies each one. Breathe here. The guardian watches balance, not belief. Meanwhile, a group of historians publishes a sweeping reinterpretation of the Epic of Gilgamesh. They propose that Humbaba's death was never final but cyclical, a metaphor for ecological collapse and renewal. The epic's power, the paper argues, is that it survives every age of forgetting. When we err, it wakes. Their thesis stirs debate in both academic and spiritual circles. One theologian writes in response, "Perhaps the divine is not what we worship, but what insists on being remembered." Rhetorical echo. If memory itself is sacred, what becomes of amnesia? That summer, the United Nations holds a ceremony under the title Breath Accord. Delegates from 190 nations gather, signing a charter pledging global cooperation on forest preservation, carbon balance, and atmospheric restoration. Behind the podium, projected onto an enormous screen, glows a single symbol. 7 spirals surrounding an empty circle. No one claims authorship. It is simply recognized. As the final signatures dry, a low wind stirs through the open plaza. Papers flutter, flags ripple, microphones hum with static like a sigh. Someone near the front murmurs, "He approves." The cameras catch nothing more than fabric shifting, but for millions watching live, it feels momentous. In Lebanon, the cedar groves flower heavily that year. Pollen fills the air like gold dust. Locals sweep it into jars, calling it guardian's rain. Herbalists grind it into oil. Perfumers distill it for scent. Monks burn it as incense. It smells of earth and smoke and faint sweetness, halfway between forest and memory. At night, the pollen drifts down to the valleys, coating windows, vehicles, and streams. Scientists later note that it fertilized plants hundreds of kilometers away. The phenomenon earns another name, the breath season. In the cities, people dust it from their balconies, yet some keep a pinch in small containers, whispering thanks before sealing the lid. It's a quiet superstition, harmless, heartfelt. The botanist at Uruk collects samples for study. Under the microscope, each grain of pollen looks like a spiral, 7 ridges encircling an empty core. She laughs softly. "Of course," she says. Later, she records an entry for the world's archives. "We're still translating what they already knew. Breath is architecture. Patience is structure. The Guardian's code is geometry of survival." Her message circulates among environmental networks. Designers and policymakers alike quote it, sometimes out of context, but always with reverence. Meanwhile, tourists visiting Uruk notice something new. The bronze mask's surface grows warmer in sunlight, cooler at dusk. Some claim to feel vibration when standing close, like the hum of a distant tide. The museum's sensors confirm micro-fluctuations in air pressure around it, rising and falling every few seconds. The phenomenon is dismissed officially as convection. Unofficially, it's called the pulse. Even skeptics start visiting. One writes afterward, "I don't believe in spirits, but when I stood before that mask, I realized belief was irrelevant. The air believed enough for both of us." Rhetorical whisper. Maybe the sacred was never supernatural, only mutual. At twilight one evening, a caravan of pilgrims arrives, not religious, but symbolic. Scientists, artists, and locals walk the last mile barefoot. They bring nothing to offer except breath. Standing before the ruins, they inhale together, then exhale toward the horizon. The sound is soft, like tide withdrawing. The reeds sway once and fall still. No thunder, no miracle, just balance. Later, as night spreads over the plain, satellites register an unusual infrared trace lingering above the site. It pulses 7 times, fading with each repetition. The data vanishes in noise before dawn. The botanist, unaware, sleeps deeply for the first time in years. She dreams of walking through wind so dense it feels solid, each gust a door into a different age. She passes through them all, Sumer, Babylon, modernity, until she reaches a silence where no cities stand, only breath. A voice murmurs, "You kept watch well." When she wakes, the tent is cool and still. Outside, the cedars rustle gently. She steps into the light and sees dew glistening on the ruins. In the center, where the mask sits, a small bird drinks from a puddle formed at its base, the world's oldest guardian, hosting life once more. Morning light spreads over the Euphrates like molten glass, and the ruins breathe fog. Thin mist moves in patterns, slow spirals rising from the broken ziggurat, curling through reeds, drifting into air that already smells of cedar. Every inhalation of wind is visible, every exhale of the land audible as a sigh across millennia. The botanist stands barefoot in the sand, notebook forgotten in her hand. The research team is silent. Birds have gathered around the bronze mask, hopping and drinking from the small puddle at its base. The sun glints on their wings, tiny rhythmic flashes, 7 at a time as they flutter away. "It's counting again," someone whispers. The botanist smiles faintly. "No," she says, "it's finishing." Rhetorical hook. How does a story end when the teller is wind? At noon, the air stills completely. Even the insects quiet. In that silence, the ruins seem to exhale, hot air rising from the bricks, the scent of minerals and resin, dust lifting like smoke. Then, faintly, a low vibration begins underfoot. The same resonance the ancients carved as Zai, life, breath, pulse. Instruments recorded as a steady oscillation, measurable but mysterious. Everywhere, the temperature rises by a single degree. In museums, sensors flicker. Barometers across Mesopotamia sink momentarily. For less than a minute, all the world's air moves in one direction, eastward. Then it stops, resetting like a heartbeat resettled. In Uruk, the botanist kneels, placing her hand on the soil. Beneath her palm, she feels the vibration fading, slow and satisfied. She writes her final log line. Guardian cycle complete. She stands and looks west, toward the horizon that once led to Cedar Mountains. On the wind comes the faint smell of rain, the same as 5,000 years ago, before kings and roads and forgetting. The sound of thunder follows, distant, unthreatening. A voice without words but full of shape. She answers aloud. We remember, and somewhere beyond hearing, the earth breathes back. In the weeks that follow, the pulse disappears from instruments. No more measurable oscillations, no auroral glows. The planet returns to its usual rhythms, but the change remains in smaller things. Forests no longer thin, rivers meander rather than choke. The air holds a clarity people can't describe. Children born in that year grow up calling gentle wind the guardian's laugh. Teachers let them because the term feels right. Historians record the sequence: 7 pulses, 7 seasons, and then the calm. They call it the completion of breath. Scientists prefer the term stabilized atmospheric harmonics. The rest of the world doesn't name it at all. It's simply the quiet in which life continues. In Lebanon, the miracle cedar stands taller than ever. Beneath its roots, the saplings have become a grove. When wind passes through at dusk, it produces music like flutes. No human carved them. The spacing of branches and hollows created its own organ. The melody changes with the temperature, always resolving in 7 notes. Pilgrims stand beneath it, eyes closed, breathing in time. Some say the sound feels like memory returning to the body. Rhetorical echo. Maybe eternity was never about lasting, only repeating until remembered. The botanist retires, leaving her field journal to the archives. She moves to a small house overlooking the river. Every morning she opens her windows wide before dawn, letting air pass through her rooms, whispering across the papers on her desk. On certain days, when the current is right, she can hear the reeds at Uruk answering, soft, hollow, resonant. Her final letter, found after her passing, reads, "He was not God or ghost. He was the air learning itself. We feared him because he asked us to listen. Now that we do, he rests." In the museum where the bronze mask rests, curators notice something curious. During evening hours, the glass enclosure fogs slightly from condensation, as though someone were breathing close to it. Cleaning staff wipe it away each morning. But sometimes, when they pause, the vapor forms spirals before fading. They stop wiping after a while. Some stories outlast language. They move not as text or stone, but as rhythm, the pulse beneath civilization's noise. Humbaba's legend began as warning, turned to conquest, then matured into conscience. What was once a monster became memory's custodian, reminding humanity that guardianship is not control, but care, measured in breaths. Across centuries, belief transformed into practice. Ritual became ecology. Prayer became air quality. Myth became method. In the end, the guardian never vanished. He dispersed into every living respiration, waiting until we could hear him again. The story's endurance tells us something essential. Fear, when listened to with patience, turns into wisdom. Punishment softens into stewardship. And the breath, the smallest, most overlooked rhythm of existence, proves to be the most enduring teacher of all. What began as myth about a forest's protector becomes a mirror for our time, a reminder that destruction and renewal are parts of the same inhalation, that memory itself can be restoration. If Humbaba still lingers anywhere, it is not in mountains or storms, but in the pause between our own breaths, the fraction of silence before exhale where awareness lives. Perhaps that is the true covenant, not worship, not fear, but synchronized breath between world and witness. So when the wind turns and the trees sway as if in recognition, listen. It may be the oldest promise speaking again, low and patient. Guard what guards you, and breathe.